Hey. So much for that stream on Sunday. Anyway. No. Feeling a tiny bit ill today, but not enough to not stream, so let's finally finish this.
Past 9 p.m. already, isn't it? I wonder if Mr. Edgeworth has already found Mystic Maya.
These things take time. I'd say probably not. The police are professionals, pals. They'll find us, so don't you worry. And if we can win a not guilty verdict tomorrow, then everything will be okay.
You're right.
So, the real person who killed Mr. Cordia was...
An assassin. Mr. Shelley the Killer, right?
And the card Miss Andrews found at the crime scene seems to be proof of that. And if that's the case, then a new question comes to mind. Who was the one that hired the killer to begin with? Who was his client?
You mean, who asked for the murder?
The person didn't want to dirty their own hands in blood. But whoever this client is, they're still a killer.
Who could have hired the assassin? Do you think it was Miss Andrews?
I wonder. But if she was the client, then why go through the effort to stab the knife into the corpse herself?
But if Miss Andrews wasn't the client, then... No, it can't be.
Melengard himself.
If Mr. Ungard really did hire the assassin...
And he is not innocent at all. Far from it. He would be guilty of the crime.
But it can't be Mr. Ungard, right? I mean, when we first talked with him...
Mr. Ungard, I'd like to ask you one more question. Did you kill Mr. Jean Cordia? Right, just so we're clear, dude. I didn't kill anyone, and that includes John Corridor, okay? I didn't see any Cyclops at that time. Actually, that reminds me.
Did you remember something, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, something Miss Andrews said at the trial today. She said something interesting.
So what is this interesting thing?
Oh, that's right, you didn't hear it, did you, Pearls?
Jean had bet everything on the Jamming Ninja this year. And if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought, anyway. It looked like somehow Jean had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. Mr. Ungard's secret? What is his secret?
I don't know yet. But for now, let's think about it this way. Mr. Corrido was going to reveal this secret. That means... Mr. Ungard had plenty of motive to have Mr. Corrido silenced. Which means we have to meet Mr. Ungard. There's no way around it now.
Wow, it's really getting late, isn't it, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, it's past 9 p.m. already. But we still have some things to prepare for tomorrow's trial. There's still the matter of this secret Mr. Corrida held about Mr. Ungard. And Miss Andrews' real intentions. Those are two things that I must know tonight.
But aren't visiting hours over at the detention centre?
I'm sure we'll think of something, pals. Don't you worry. Wait,
What is it, whippersnapper? All I know is nothing that has anything to do with you is ever good. Like just now, I was handed this strange device for who knows what reason. And I was told to use it to search the whole hotel.
that's the bug sweeper, isn't it? One Gumshoe made.
I don't know. Frankly, I don't care. But the request came from Edgy Poo, so...
Edgeworth?
And he said,
If you feel angry, direct your anger at that unsophisticated lawyer.
so I'm going to feel free to direct all my anger towards you.
Gee, thanks a bundle, Edgeworth. What a pal you are.
This is absolutely top secret, so you'd better keep it to yourselves. I heard they found a spy camera hidden in one of the presents.
Very interesting.
I'm sure it was, you know. It was to catch poor Jean in the middle of a scandalous meeting. Scandalous? What's that? It means, well, you know, that gossip that's been going around about my dear Jean.
Oh, you mean that thing about Miss Andrews? But I'm sure she must have had some reason for getting close to Mr. Corrida.
I'll let you in on another secret, youngin. I know who planted that spy camera. It was that obnoxious puffy-haired photographer girl. The nerve of some people. Spying on people by herself, as if I wouldn't want to see it for myself too.
The alien actually admitted her true intentions for a change.
I don't know what you're thinking exactly, but I can bet that it's nothing good.
I didn't say anything.
So you want to know about Jean and that manager, right? Naturally, as I hear it, there was something of a refreshing pair, those two. I tell you, Jean really welcomed that manager with open arms, I heard. That manager? Who are you talking about? You don't know? That manager woman Jean had. It's a shame she killed herself, though.
Oh, you're talking about Mr. There. Mr. Why? Oh, you're talking about Miss Celeste Impacts, Miss Andrews' mentor, right?
Yes, that's the one. That Celeste gal. She was supposed to get married, you know.
Married? You mean to Mr. Cordia?
Really? You young kids today don't know anything, do you? That girl Celeste killed. That girl Celeste killed herself 3 days after their marriage announcement.
3 days after their marriage announcement? When the...
Why would Miss Impacts want to kill herself? She was going to get married. Well, that's because she was thrown away, you see. My Jean.
What?
But they were going to get married, right? They promised each other, right? They held a grand announcement session, but 3 days later, Jean suddenly cancelled their marriage.
Is that true?
It was in the weekly magazines. But why? Why did he do that? That was not in the magazines, unfortunately.
I see.
That night after Jean called off the wedding, that manager Celeste killed herself.
How terrible.
I wonder what happened between those two.
On that night, there must have been at least a few hundred people here. Guess the police are done with their questioning and investigating. Looks like things here in the lobby have finally calmed down.
feels sort of tense in here, doesn't it, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, it does. Wonder if something happened. You're Mr. Ungard's lawyer, right? Yes, sir. Well, we finally found just the person we've been looking for. A real decisive witness. A decisive witness? You mean for the Ungard case? We're taking the witness's statement right now. Gotta hand it to Mr. Edgeworth. What's Edgeworth up to now?
Who is this witness?
I think you know this person quite well, Mr. Lawyer.
Mr. Nick?
Between the kidnapper's demand and now this, can't see any way to win here. Oh yeah, Mr. Edgeworth wanted me to tell you something. He did? Even though visiting hours are long over at the detention centre, he wanted me to grant you special permission. So there you go.
What?
I've already called them, so they know. Go on, go talk to your heart's content. Thank you very much.
This is such good news, Mr. Nick.
Go talk to your heart's content. Sounds like the police are pretty sure they have tomorrow's trial in the bag. Sure they must have transferred Miss Andrews here by now. So that means that both Mr. Ungard and Miss Andrews are in this detention centre. Now then, whose story do I want to hear? Dude, it's Mr. Wright. I hope you can get me off the hook tomorrow. I'm counting on you. I hope so too. Edgeworth just dropped a bombshell on me by saying that Jean Corrida was killed by an assassin, and that the assassin's client is this man, Madame Guard. What's wrong? Mr. Ungard, there is something I must know with 100% certainty. You seem kind of different. You're totally not like your usual lawyer dude self. Did you know about Miss Corrida and Miss Andrews' relationship? Well, it's all over the tabloids, dude. But I don't know any of the details, if that's what you mean. Look, how many times do I have to tell you? I don't care what Jean did with his life. Miss Andrews, she had a purpose in mind when she started seeing Mr. Cordia. Her mentor was Mr. Cordia's manager. Miss Andrews was going to get Miss Celeste Impact's suicide note from him. Yes? Does that jog any memories? Dude, I suddenly just got totally hungry. You up for a pizza? My treat.
Mr. Nick, what's a pizza? Is it a kind of pea, like green peas?
Let's go eat one later, okay? Got cut off by the pizza dude at the shop. That's too bad. Well, how about we get our minds off this topic and talk about something else, okay? Mr. Ungard. You connected to Miss Impact's suicide in some way? About the press conference. You mean the one where Jean was gonna dress up as the Nickel Samurai? Yeah. I had a little more about it from Miss Andrews.
It looked like somehow Jean had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed.
Could you please fill me in on what this secret is, please? I knew this was coming.
Mr. Nick, don't tell me.
Cyclops. You said a secret, right? But I don't have any idea what it is. Do you, dude? Probably not. Oh, Mr. Wright, please, you have to help me. Uh-oh. Mr. Powers?
What happened? Why are you here?
You see, I got roped into this somehow,
What?
and now I'm going to testify at tomorrow's trial.
So the decisive witness is Mr. Powers.
I was talking with a detective until a little while ago, and I was on my way home, when all of a sudden, you were under arrest, and I was brought back here.
Oh,
They said my face and whole self in general looked suspicious or something.
well, I guess I can see how they thought you looked suspicious.
I'm just a normal guy on an exercise show for kids. Is that a crime?
So, about this testimony you're giving, what are you going to talk about?
Oh, I really don't know yet. But it sounds like I saw something pretty important from what they tell me.
You saw something important? What was it?
Oh well, the detective told me not to talk about it. But you can't tell anyone, and especially not that lawyer, he said.
Who do you think is that lawyer the detective was talking about?
I'm going to take a wild guess and say it's me.
Yeah, you got it.
Mr. Nick. Mystic Meyer and myself are your only two allies in this whole world, but it's all right.
Ouch. Don't really have a lot of friends, do I?
Well, this is going to do a lot of damage to Matt, you know. Because he's got that refreshing like a spring breeze image going.
What is he really like?
Well, let's see. Matt's always been kind of a player with women. He would never really turn a pretty face away, if you know what I mean. He'd always say it's just a game to justify himself.
What? How horrible. That's unforgivable.
Sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. But you know, he said once that there's only one person in the world who won't swoon over me.
One person who wouldn't swoon over him.
His manager, you know, Miss Adrian Andrews.
Why is Mr. Powers suddenly looking kind of energetic?
You see, I'm actually a sucker for gossip. I mean, celebrities in the world have this dazzling sort of image, right?
Dazzling sort of image. But aren't you a part of that dazzle, Mr. Powers?
Oh no, I'm more of a hairy, sweaty, smelly, brutish kind of guy, you see. But it's okay, really. I get to hear plenty of gossip about a lot of the other stars around me as things happen.
That's true.
Oh, hey, so did you hear about this yet? About Miss Andrews' mentor and her suicide?
You mean Miss Impacts?
We heard something about how her wedding was cancelled.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I thought about it a little the other day, about that mysterious death. Hey, Mr. Wright, why don't you ask me about that thing?
About that?
Go on, go ahead.
Mr. Powers is so charged up his skin is practically glowing with electricity.
Hey, so, have you heard this? Celeste left a suicide note. And they say that Jean went and hid it.
We heard about that in court today. But there wasn't any actual proof that she had left a note.
Well, this is what I think. I think that something bad was written on that note. Something bad for Jean, that is.
Something bad for Mr. Cordia?
Why do you figure so?
Well, before she died, Celeste talked with a few of her friends. And she said, It looks like I got caught up with a truly insidious man.
Truly insidious man? Does she mean Mr. Cordia by that?
Well, there's no one else that fits the bill, right? And that would be reason enough for him to hide the suicide note.
I see. Well, that's some good info. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Ungard and Miss Andrews. They're both at the detention centre right now. There are still things I don't understand or know about, I'm sure. I have to get the two of them to tell me everything. Now then, whose story do I want to hear?
Oh, it's you.
Sorry to be visiting at such a late hour. There are a few questions I absolutely have to ask you tonight.
Me? I thought your client was Matt.
Sure Miss Andrews knows something. She can't be clueless about this secret Mr. Cordia had on Mr. Ungard. I'd like to ask you about Matt Ungard, if you don't mind.
Mr. Wright, you still don't know, do you? The real him, I mean.
You seem to bear a lot of resentment towards Mr. Ungard. If that's the case, then why did you become his manager? Why would you become intimate with his rival?
That has nothing to do with this case. Nothing.
Don't miss Celeste impacts.
I'd finally put a death behind me. And now, thanks to you, it's all come back to the surface.
I'm sorry.
Yes, I was shocked by her suicide. And it's true that when I heard the rumour that Jean was the one who had hidden her suicide note, I began to draw close to him. I wanted to get her suicide note back, and to burn it.
You wanted to burn it? But why?
I didn't want it to spread like just another piece of gossip. But I never held any murderous intent towards Jean. I would never do something so stupid.
Suicide note, huh? I wonder what it said. Why did you try to frame Mr. Ungard?
That's simple. Because he's the killer, that's why. Isn't it the duty of every good citizen to inform the police? But there had to be another way.
Police are excellent at doing their job, so they'd figure it out, right?
Yes, they're so good that they couldn't figure out the real truth behind Celeste's death. Miss Andrews?
Well, if you're not the type of person to do something without a reason, so please, tell me why you did what you did.
Revenge. Huh? Did you say something just now?
Cyclock, huh?
Don't you understand yet? You're not my lawyer. To be honest, you're more like my enemy. But
Sure, I just heard Miss Andrews say revenge.
Mr. Nick, your phone.
I don't like the sound of this ringtone right now. Sounds kind of ominous.
It's probably just your imagination. You should really pick it up, Mr. Nick. It could be important.
Hello?
Oh, we got a big problem, pal.
What's wrong?
I'm on my way to your office right now.
Okay. Hey, wait a sec. Where's he coming here?
It's terrible. I don't know what to say, pal. It's... Oh, I got here faster than I thought.
Hey?
No time to relax now, pal. I'm confused as anything here.
Well, what happened?
Oh, we got him. We know who brought that spy camera.
Huh?
This quickly?
This bear's what gave them away, pal.
Bear?
I figured it out, pal. I figured that we should have been looking into the bear instead of the camera.
But wasn't it Mr. Ridgeway?
Shh. And go on.
There's only one person who brought one of those bears who's related to this crime.
Who is it? Who would be so rude as to spy on another person in their room?
Madam Guard.
Huh?
Madam Guard, your client. That's who, pal.
And here I thought things couldn't get any worse. Are you sure you heard right? The person who bought this bear was...
I heard it from the department store clerk, pal. This is the credit card receipt for the purchase. It's for 3,800, pal. That's an exact match to the price of that stuffed bear.
Receipt. That's all you have?
Nah, it's not just the receipt, pal. The store clerk said so himself. He told me, I'm sure I sold that bear to Mr. Ungard. I mean, the clerk even got Mr. Ungard's autograph out of it, pal. So I'm sure the person that bought the stuffed bear was Mr. Ungard himself.
My sight is failing me. This can't be. So, what about the spy camera we found?
Oh, that was a dead end, pal. I mean, you can get this kind of thing from anywhere. But for now, I guess I can give these back to you for you to file away into evidence. No, you don't want to give up, pal.
I didn't think it was possible. The person who put the spy camera in John Corrida's room was Madame Guard.
Why? Why would Mr. Ingard do something like this?
I'll bet it was to catch Miss Andrews and Mr. Cordia in one of their rendezvous.
That is not good enough for me. I have to know the absolute truth behind this camera.
Are you going to see him? Mr. Ungard, I mean?
Yes.
I'm scared, Mr. Nick. I wonder what we will find out next.
I'm scared myself. But I have to put on a good face for pals. Madame Guard, what in the world have you done? Working real late. You know, it's already past 10 p.m, dude. I think it's time you told me the truth. Relax. Don't you know that ignorance is bliss? But if you really want to know, let's talk. Now, let's hear what this secret of yours is. What if Mr. Cordia had been successful in his plan? What would he have disclosed?
Told you before, dude. I don't know. I don't know anything about Jean, okay?
Look, Mr. Wright,
I can keep on saying it until I'm blue in the face, but I totally didn't pay Jean any attention the whole time that night. I mean, come on. I was in the middle of a nap.
don't lie to me. Huh? I know you paid close attention to Mr. Corrida, especially on that night. Someone used this camera to secretly film Mr. Karida's room the night of the murder.
Secretly film? What?
And then sent the images the camera took with this transmitter.
Wow, but dude, where was this camera you're talking about hidden?
Spy camera was hidden in this bear's eye. A bear that was supposed to be a present from a fan.
I guess Sean had a few of those kind of fans too, huh, dude?
Actually, I wouldn't say this bear was a present from a fan.
Are you sure, dude? Who else could it be from?
The person who gave this bear to Mr. Cordia was... Mr. Engard. Don't you know this bear from somewhere?
I don't think I've ever met Mr. Bear before, dude.
Oh, but he says he knows you. How could you forget such a great friend?
What else did the bear tell you?
Says that the one who put the camera in his eye was you, Mr. Engard.
I didn't know how you work in court. I think I was in some serious trouble. Come on, this is all a joke, right, dude? You're just pulling my leg.
Looks like you're not ready to give up your secret yet.
Well, do you have any proof you want to show me first?
Here is the proof that it was you who put the camera inside the bear. I have here one credit card receipt, Mr. Engard. It's from when you bought that stuffed bear.
Dude, what you can tell from that is that I spent $3,800. I go to that department store all the time, okay? This $3,800, this could be the toothbrush I bought that one time.
A $3,800 toothbrush?
It's ivory, and it's got elephant hair for bristles.
Ew, elephant hair. Is that what rich people use nowadays? Anyway, the store clerk clearly remembers you and your purchase. After all, you even gave him an autograph, did you not?
Dude, you should have said that earlier. So can I ask you one thing?
Yes?
You're my lawyer, right, dude? So, if you are, then why are you looking into stuff like that?
Because if I don't know the truth, I can't help you.
Sounds more like stupid lawyer talk to me. Hey, let's stop talking about this, okay?
No, not yet. I haven't asked why you set the camera up yet. And what your secret is.
Of course, it would be strictly confidential. So, what are you gonna do now?
Going to find out what I want to know, because I must. The reason you hid this camera in Mr. Cordia's room and filmed it in secret is...
What is this card?
Maybe he doesn't know about this card. This is a certain man's calling card. The man's name is Shelley the Killer. And I'm sure you know of him, don't you?
Shelley the Killer? That's ridiculous. Why would I know some shady scumbag like him?
If you really don't know him, then why are you acting so jumpy all of a sudden? This is it. He's starting to get to the truth. Can't afford to make any more mistakes now. Mr. Madengard, I know why you know Mr. the Killer. It's because... since you're the one who set up that camera, that means you knew exactly what was going to happen in that room. So, how? How would you know something like that? It's because you're his client. That's why. You hired Shelley the Killer to assassinate Mr. Jean Corridor. The real mastermind behind this murder is you, Matt and Guard.
Here I was trying to be a good boy for you, dude. I thought if you didn't know, you'd be able to do your job without feeling bad. Well, that's what I thought anyway.
Mr. Guard, you really did hire?
Hold on a sec. I'm gonna consult myself, okay?
Consult myself?
Well, I guess it's probably about time anyway.
About time for what?
I think it's time for you to meet him now, Mr. Lawyer Dude.
How do you do, Mr. Lawyer? I'm Matt and Guard. Well done, Mr. Wright.
I bet it wasn't easy to gather as much information as you have.
You really... So you're Shelley DeClare's client?
You didn't really think I would dirty my own hands in this, did you?
What do you mean?
And that woman, Adrian, was quite brave herself. Trying to stick the crime on me. I didn't think she had it in her. But all I care about is that Jean is dead. Isn't that right, Mr. Lawyer?
That's... You're lying. Terrible.
It's way past your bedtime, little girl. Go on and let us grown-ups talk about more adult things.
But why? Why did you hide the video camera and...
A weakling soon believes the words of others, just like that pathetic Adrian.
You knew about Miss Andrews' secret.
But I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone, least of all assassins. Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. They turn their clients into cash cows by holding sinful deed over their heads. And a superstar like me? How much do you think I'm worth? Care to guess?
And that's why...
Yes, that's where the video comes in. It's got his face and the crime scene recorded on it, preserved for all time. With that, I can keep him at bay and even blackmail him if I want. That's right, that video is my insurance. Isn't that what they call it, Mr. Wright?
Why would you do something so wrong?
Because I'm a grown-up, and I can. Good enough of an answer for you, little girl?
Why? Why would you kill Mr. Corridor?
Because he was about to sling so much dung onto my beautiful public image. Scandals are a little annoying, aren't they?
This is all because of that press conference, isn't it?
If Mr. Corridor had been able to give it, then Mr. Guard's secret would have...
Ah, well, that's what they call taking advantage of the situation, you know. I had no interest in doing it, really, but bit by bit, it crept up on me. And then the situation just presented itself perfectly. How beautiful, I thought.
That's how Mr. Corridor ended up dead.
Let me tell you something. I'm not like Adrian. I don't depend on anyone. People are simply things to be used and thrown away. Put on a sweet innocent smile and people will swallow anything you feed them. Adrian fell for it, the assassin too. Oh, and how can I forget? Even you fell for it, Mr. Lawyer. Everyone will working their butts off for me, Matt and Guard. Ah, Did that leave you speechless? What a shame. What's wrong, Mr. Lawyer? You've grown awfully quiet.
How could I have been so deceived by you all this time? When we first met, I asked if you had killed John Corrida, and you answered very clearly that you hadn't killed anyone.
Hey now, I never told you any lies. The person who did the killing was that tequila guy, right? All I'm guilty of is taking a catnap in my room.
You killed Mr. Corrida.
I dare you to say that in court tomorrow. Ah, too bad. You can't. You're my lawyer after all, aren't you? You could always drop my case and refuse to represent me. How does that sound? Oh, but you can't, can you? That would be the one thing you absolutely can't do.
Mr. Meyer.
You wouldn't want to test a killer. He's a man of his word, or so I hear. You could end up getting a certain friend of yours rubbed out if you lose.
You scoundrel.
So if I were you, Mr. Wright, Esquire, I think I would give it my all tomorrow. Remember, everyone likes a happy win-win resolution.
I get you for this.
That's such a cliche phrase. John said something just like that, if memory serves. Of course, well, we all know how well things turned out for him, don't we? Good night, Mr. Lawyer.
Maya. What am I supposed to do? Now? Now you finally found it. The starting line of this case. Edgeworth? I don't care for the horrid atmosphere here. Let's return to the precinct. Well, Wright, what are you going to do? You plan on changing your strategy?
No. Can't do that.
That's right. He's holding Maya hostage. What should I do? It's not something I can answer for you.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Right. Only you can decide where to go from here. 1 year ago, at that time, I didn't truly understand what a prosecutor was. And that is why I had to leave the prosecutor's office. I felt that I couldn't stand in a court of law until I knew what a prosecutor really was. And now, Wright, it's your turn. My turn? What is this thing called a lawyer? What can you do as one? You must find the answer, and you must find it on your own. I'm a lawyer. To fight for someone who is clearly a killer. Oh God. That man is really... Ugh. Doesn't matter who. Every person deserves a proper defense and a fair trial. Isn't that the basis of our judicial system? Proper defense. What exactly is that? Is it where a lawyer forcibly and blindly gets an acquittal through shouting and trickery? Ironic that you of all people should say such a thing. Isn't that exactly how you fought for your clients up until now? Well, that may be true, but that's because I believe my clients to be innocent from the bottom of my heart. If I were to get and guard an acquittal, that isn't a proper defense at all. I became a lawyer because I thought I could save people who are suffering and in pain. And look at this mess we're in. I can't even protect the person closest to me. Even if I win the case, I still lose in the end. Just don't know what to do. Right. Would you get a hold of yourself? You'll have it all wrong. Huh? We aren't some sort of heroes. We're only human, you and I. You want to save someone? That's something easier said than done, wouldn't you say?
That's...
You are a defense attorney. You can't run away from that. You can only fight. That's all you can do. People like you and Francesca von Karma are always using all you have to pin me down. Fight to the very end, even when you know the truth is not with you. But I'm not like you. I can't fight for a false verdict. A man I clearly know to be guilty. Francesca, she fights for herself. The only thing she fights for is her perfect win record. That's all. And isn't that the same as you? Isn't that why you ran away a year ago? Because your precious win record was destroyed? You were so petty. I see. Now I understand why you despise me so. However, you are mistaken. Thanks to you, when you sealed off my path to a perfect win record, I began to realize the error of my ways. I realized that things such as a perfect record were meaningless.
What?
I don't believe you. Are you saying that is why you left the prosecutor's office? But then why? Why are you here now? The answer to that is something you will find out on your own. I have faith you will see it before the verdict is read tomorrow. But if you can't, then you will be powerless to change the ending of this story.
Mr. Nick, the transceiver.
I'm sorry for what happened earlier. Now then, Mr. Attorney, do you wager you can obtain an acquittal tomorrow? My, what is the matter, Mr. Attorney? I don't sense your usual anger this time. Tell me, please. Why are you holding Maya hostage for Mr. Engard's sake? Why are you doing this for that cold-blooded killer? Right. Please don't misunderstand things. He is my client. Don't toy with me. The man who hires an assassin is just as much of a killer himself. I believe you are asking me for a reason as to why I'm doing what I am. Yeah. This is what I like to call my aftercare. What the heck is aftercare? My name carries a certain amount of honor and dignity, Mr. Attorney. I take great care to ensure that no suspicion falls upon my clients for my handiwork. That is what is called client relations, and it is a part of an assassin's duty. An assassin's duty? We were unlucky this time, and my client was arrested as a suspect. As a result, I did what I had to do to enlist your expert help, Mr. Attorney, and to ensure that you would do everything in your power to the very end. What is your name? I believe I told you once before, however. You did, but my name is The Killer. Shelley the Killer. You're Shelley the Killer? Please keep in mind you do not have much space to maneuver with me. As a killer, I always finish what I set out to do. If you fail to keep your end of the bargain, Maya, it would be my duty as an assassin to see to it she receives a nice long nap.
No!
Now then, if you'll excuse me.
If someone were to trace this signal back to me, it would be quite troublesome.
Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya!
I don't know what to say.
Edgeworth.
Hmm?
Did you hear that? At the end of that transmission.
Huh? Oh, that. It sounded like a cat.
Cat?
Can't be. That cat. Can it?
What is it?
I think I know where Shredder the Killer is holding Maya hostage. Edgeworth, have all police units head for Unguard Mansion immediately.
Alright, you hurry over as well then.
Don't lose hope yet, pals. The fight's only just begun.
Yeah.
Go by the hotel lobby, don't I?
Maya!
Please answer us. Mystic Maya!
We have this area completely surrounded. There is no way for him to escape. Assuming he's still in the area.
I can't believe it. That butler, all this time, he was the killer.
He and God were working together all this time. I'm sure they had worked out a contingency plan ahead of time.
Oh, it's a figurine of a bear. There are a lot of cubs in it for some reason.
There. Isn't that more of a thing for Mr. Cordia? How could something like this be here?
Right, look down. There's a little pet door installed here.
I'm sure that's for Shoo.
I think that this came through that little door.
This door, it's locked.
Oh, pretty used to breaking doors down by now. Let's go, Edgeworth. Ugh, there's no one here.
From the looks of this room, I would say this is Guard's private lounge.
Look at this, Wright. An antenna for sending and receiving radio signals. And a VCR. Check inside the deck. There's a tape. It would be an important piece of evidence. We're lucky it'll have the moment the crime was committed recorded on it.
I'm sorry, but the tape deck is empty. There's no tape to be found.
No.
But there's no mistake that someone used this to record something. It looks like someone took the tape we're looking for and escaped with it.
Searched all over, but it looks like he got away.
I'm sorry. Looks like he slipped out of our grasp this time.
Now, we've lost our only lead.
Don't give up yet. That little girl is looking to you to be her pillar.
Yeah, you're right.
We're close, I can tell. We've already set up checkpoints along every route leading out of this district. Leave the rest to us.
Maya. This looks like a picture of Miss Impex. We love Celeste.
Miss Impex? You mean...
Yes, Mr. Cordia's former manager.
Why would a picture of Miss Impex be here in Mr. Engard's mansion?
Why does it say we're love? This might be a clue. What's wrong, pals?
Please let me see that picture frame.
Huh? What's so special about the frame?
On the back. There's something written on the back of the frame. Maya. It's Mystic Maya. She left us a message.
What?
I thought you'd come. I knew you would. Now listen up. You'd better get and guard a guilty sentence, okay? You get that creeping slimebagger not guilty, I'll never forgive you. Ever. I'm fine, so you don't need to worry. So much I want to write, but I don't think I have a lot of time left. Ellie, you're there too, right? Make sure you help Nick, okay? Someone's got to watch out for this helpless lunk.
Helpless lung even?
That's it for now, Nick. I guess I'll talk to you guys later. No! Mr. Liar!
Right. What's wrong? Why the blank stare? Nothing. You've searched the house, and this is the last room. It looks like he's eluded us. Edgeworth. Yes? As far as clues go, I think this is about all I'm going to get. But I'm still short one last thing. And what is that? It's Andrew's cyclope. Just find out what secret she's holding. I don't think I'll stand a chance in court tomorrow. To blow this case wide open and expose the truth. I think I know what you're thinking. I'll contact the detention centre. Thanks, Edgeworth. Well, let's go, pals. It's time to open that last lock.
Good evening, Mr. Wright. What's wrong? You look ill.
Miss Andrews, I've come to remove your psych lock.
Psych lock?
I want to know, and you will tell me, your secret.
Fine. Go ahead. Try to break me if you can.
Always nice to check. Can you please tell me why you framed Mr. Engard for the murder?
I've already told you countless times. It's because I thought Matt was the killer.
No, that's not it. I know you have a personal reason to dislike Mr. Engard. Miss Andrews, you may think I didn't hear it, but I know you said something earlier. You said revenge.
So, you were saying I was taking my revenge out on Matt, and that's why? What an absurd idea. I don't have anything I want to take revenge for.
Miss Andrews, a woman who lives by being dependent on other people. There is something or someone in her past that would make her take revenge.
Celeste?
There is only one catalyst that could cause such strong feelings, and even revenge. And that is Miss Impax's suicide.
What are you trying to say? Celeste was Jean's manager. On top of that, the one who hid a suicide note was also Jean. What does all this have to do with Matt?
Right, you haven't mentioned him yet. But for you to hate Mr. Engard, it would mean that he must have had some relation to Miss Impax and her suicide.
Can you explain to me this relationship between Celeste and Matt?
This is a photo of Miss Impax, correct? She looks younger than when she passed away, though. With love, Celeste. This is Miss Impax's handwriting, isn't it?
Where did you find this? No, that's all right. It was a rhetorical question.
Yeah, it is. I found this at Mr. Ingard's mansion.
And after all this time, my last remaining secret has been revealed. Celeste. She was supposed to get married to Jean.
Yes, but I heard that it didn't work out.
Because Mr. Corridor didn't want to get married to her anymore, right? Yes. Because of Matt. Because of Mr. Ingard? What do you mean?
I think I can see where this is going.
Celeste. She was Matt's manager a long time ago. She was the happiest woman in the world at the time. I was working part-time back then, and I often saw the two of them together.
So that's why. "We love Celeste" is written on the frame of that picture.
They were a couple, weren't they? It wasn't anything as splendid as that. Celeste was being used. Toyed with until she was thrown away. That's so horrible. Matt's entire image is built around how nice and wonderful of a man he is. A scandal would have destroyed that. Which is why Celeste, in her kindness, moved over to Worldwide Studios. And that is where she met Jean. She seemed really happy with him, even happier than when she was with Matt. Celeste and Jean was such a good match that they were even planning to get married. And then, it was suddenly called off. On the night Jean called their marriage off, Celeste, she killed herself. And that's why I framed Matt. It was revenge for Celeste and for myself. I'm sure even you can guess why Jean called the wedding off, right? Matt confessed to Jean about his relationship with Celeste.
I see. So that's what happened.
But then why did Mr. Cordia have to call off the wedding? I don't understand at all. It was probably because of his worthless male pride. Jean and Matt were always fierce rivals. Matt waited for the wedding announcement and then unleashed the truth on Jean. He was aiming for when it would hurt Jean the most. I'll miss him, Pax. That wasn't the end of it. That day, I'm almost certain that Celeste left a suicide note behind. And in that note, she left a detailed account of Matt's various misdeeds, and so that she would never again be hurt by Matt, she chose to die. Then, when Jean discovered her body, he hid a note. But why would he do that? It's simple. Jean realized that note was a powerful weapon against Matt, and it would be especially damaging to his refreshing like a spring breeze image. In any case, with his pride hurt, Jean sought revenge.
Revenge. Is that word again?
Jean wanted to publicly disclose the contents of that suicide note, at a time that would cause Matt the most damage, of course. And that was
at the press conference after the stage show.
I knew all about it because I heard it all from Jean. It was so I could find out about all this that I drew close to Jean to begin with. They're quite a pair of hideous monsters, aren't they? Even Celeste's death was something for them to use in their game. That night, when I found Jean's body, it was only natural that I thought the murderer was Matt. Those two were always spying on one another after all. As for me, I was frantically searching for Celeste's suicide note. I wanted to destroy it before it ever went public. I was going to burn it. I had even bought a lighter. But I couldn't find the suicide note, and that's when revenge crossed my mind. Yes, I was going to bring to them my own kind of cruel revenge. Celeste was killed by those two monsters, so when I stabbed Jean's body with that knife, I didn't feel a single shred of guilt. And that's all I have to say. Well, Mr. Wright, even knowing all this, are you still going to help that man?
I'm a lawyer.
I see. What a foul profession.
Thank you very much for your time and for talking with me.
It was no big deal. I couldn't sleep anyway.
Can't sleep either. Not with Maya's situation, or what I know now. How did I get into this mess? That's far enough. You can't run forever, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Now the intro again. What have I done wrong? I cannot allow you to go on like this. But I'm just a simple defense attorney. Silence! You are no longer worthy of your title. I've had this dream before. Someplace, some time ago. As if this day was written into my destiny. Today I'll stand in court as a lawyer. To prove a killer innocent. Oops. Hello, this is Phoenix Wright. You don't look so well, dude. You're gonna prove me not guilty today, right? If you please, Mr. Lawyer. Remember, it's not just me. Your precious friend's life is riding on today's verdict, too.
Now listen up. You better get and guard a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creep Slimebagger not guilty, I'll never forgive you. Ever. Phoenix? Phoenix?
Mia? Maya? How's Maya?
I don't know.
You don't know?
She hasn't tried to channel me since yesterday.
Mia, what am I supposed to do?
Well, like I said, for a lawyer, the worst of times are when you have to force your biggest smiles.
But
can't give up. There's still some hope left.
Stop it, please. There's nothing left. Not here, not anywhere. Is that a cursed on guard again? Will you leave me alone? Look, don't call me anymore. I mean it.
You're really mean, pal.
Gumshoe, I'm really, really sorry. Where are you?
They let me join the investigation team, and we're chasing after the killer, pal.
And you have some sort of lead?
Sorry, but right now we've got 0 leads on the guy. But we're not going to give up.
Gumshoe.
Till the trial is over, until the verdict is handed down, we're going to do everything we can to find the killer. We can get Maya out, then you can get Angard the guilty verdict he deserves, pal.
It's true. Could do that if they found Maya first.
You got that? So you have to do whatever you can to make the trial last longer.
You have to make the trial last longer.
If you go at Mr. Edgeworth with everything you've got, then you two can draw it out.
Oh, now I get it.
I believe in you, pal. You and Mr. Edgeworth can do it. So, believe in us. We're going to give it all we got, just like you.
Got it. Thanks, Gumshoe.
Hey, Phoenix. You understand now, don't you? You have something money will never be able to buy. Friendship. It's the strongest weapon in the world, and you have it in abundance.
Yeah. Looks like we're coming to the end. I have to make the trial last as long as I can. Gumshoe will come through. I know it.
Court is now in session for the trial of Matt Angard.
The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor.
Now, as I recall, we concluded yesterday's session with a big mystery on our hands. The mystery being what exactly was Miss Adrian Andrews' role in this murder. And that is to say, is she really connected to the crime itself? Mr. Edgeworth, would you please inform the court of today's proceedings?
Adrian Andrews. She forged evidence that threw suspicion onto Mr. Angard, and then proceeded to escape the crime scene by wearing a nickel samurai costume. The guilt of these actions are those from which she cannot escape.
Then you're saying that she is guilty after all?
I'm not finished, Your Honor. Miss Andrews has nothing to do with committing the actual murder. I would like to direct the court's attention to this card.
What is that? It's like a shell.
This is the calling card of a certain assassin.
Assassin, you say?
Yes, Jean Corrida was killed by a professional assassin. And the person who hired the assassin, his client, so to speak, is Matt Angard.
What a surprising turn of events.
Well, I think it's become commonplace by now, Your Honor. I know what's going on this time. So I know that everything Edgeworth has said is true.
But we still have to hold out as long as we can. At least until Maya's safe and sound.
The trial will turn out today.
Now then, please call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth.
The prosecution calls the defendant's mentor, Mr. Will Powers, to the stand. Now then, witness, your name and occupation, please.
Okay. I'm a Will Powers. I'm a poor underpaid action star.
And what is your relation to the defendant?
Well, that's... I guess I'm sort of a lousy mentor to him in a way, yeah. Mr. Powers, please, you don't need to put yourself down so much. Sorry. Well, I'm just kind kind of a nothing sort of guy.
On the night of the murder, you visited the defendant's room. Is this correct?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
But you know, I didn't actually get to see Matt when I went.
All you need to do is answer what you're asked. Now then, I would like you to please testify about when you went to Mr. Ungard's room.
Okay, sure. After the award ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in his nickel samurai costume. He was talking with someone. At first I thought it was the bellboy. I watched the two of them for a while, but then I gave up and went back. I had guests with me that night, and I couldn't make them wait for me. Nothing sounds out of place in Mr. Powers' testimony.
And talking with the bellboy is no big deal. If one assumes that the person Mr. Ungard was speaking with was an ordinary bellboy.
What are you implying?
Well, Mr. Wright, let's have your cross-examination, shall we?
Looks like we're in another sticky situation.
Huh?
Trap. Can't you smell it, Phoenix? But for us to find out more, we're just going to have to charge in head first, right?
Defendant's room. Why did you go there?
Well, I'm his mentor, like a big brother sort of, and I wanted to say congrats. What's wrong? Why did you stop? Mr. Wright.
What is it?
You're going to try to trick me into a corner, aren't you?
Huh?
I know I'm just a poor underpaid action star, but I'm not the killer.
No one said you were, Mr. Powers.
No, please, don't trick me. Every time you do your lawyer thing, the witness suddenly turns into the bad guy.
Every time? Witness, I will personally talk to the defense at a later time. So for now, please kindly cooperate and continue with your testimony.
Sorry. So, we went to the defendant's room, and then...
Hey, wait a minute. When and how did I suddenly turn into the bad guy here? Are you sure that was Matt Ungard?
Yeah, I'm sure. He wasn't wearing the nickel samurai mask then.
If that's the case, then he really can't be mistaken. And? What was the defendant doing standing in front of his own room? First? What do you mean by that?
Well, he was in a bellboyish uniform, and he had a bottle of juice on a tray.
Sounds like an ordinary bellboy to me.
Yeah, but... I didn't think he was a normal bellboy.
Why was that?
Why did I think that, Mr. Wright?
How am I supposed to know?
Sorry, but I can't remember right now. Sorry.
I guess I'm going to have to wait patiently on this one. You saw the two of them, the bellboy and the defendant together, correct?
Yeah, the bellboy just wanted to say congrats.
Now, while you were watching the two of them, did you notice anything strange?
You know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip.
A tip? That's a perfectly normal thing to do.
So, how long did you watch the two of them? Not more than a minute or two, I think.
So who are these guests you're talking about?
Well, you guys, of course. You and Maya and little pal. I thought it would be really rude since I invited you guys if I disappeared on you. So I went back to my seat pretty soon after seeing Matt in the hallway.
It's like squeezing water from a stone. It's probably pointless to press further.
Do you remember this incident? Did Mr. Powers leave his seat that night?
Don't remember that happening at all. I was making such a racket in a hyper state. Ended up focusing on her.
I see. In any case, from his story, he probably wasn't gone for very long.
First, what do you mean by that?
I didn't think it was a normal bellboy.
Why was that?
Why did I think that, Mr. Wright?
Am I supposed to know? Hey, wait a second. Actually, Mr. Powers, only a few minutes ago you stated...
You know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip.
Could it be that you felt something strange about the tip-giving incident itself?
Ah, yeah, that's it. You really know your job. Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, Your Honour?
This bellboy, he wasn't an ordinary one, was he?
Perhaps we should let the witness tell us.
Very well. Mr. Powers, please amend your testimony. Oh, you mean about the bellboy, right? Matt gave the bellboy a tip.
So he gave the bellboy a tip. What's so strange about that?
Oh, well, you see, Matt's not a penny pincher like me. I was trying to figure out how much it was because the tip really shocked me.
How much it was?
And that's when something even more surprising happened. The bellboy was putting the tip he got in his pocket. And that's when I got my first good look at the guy's face. I was really shocked. I'm afraid I don't follow at all.
Sounds like Mr. Powers was surprised twice by this event. And which of his shocking moments should I ask about? The defendant is a huge star. He can afford to give generous tips, wouldn't you agree?
Sure. But giving him that much was maybe a little too much, I think.
A little too much? Would you please clarify for the court? About how much would you say the defendant gave the bellboy?
Honestly, I don't know. I can't even begin to guess. And why is that? Because he gave the bellboy a really, really fat roll of cash.
A roll of cash?
Well, how interesting. That certainly was a very generous tip, wasn't it?
A very fat roll of cash. That can hardly be called a tip, Your Honour. Judging is beginning to look awfully suspicious of us. There's nothing I can really object to here. I mean, you could argue that a fat roll of money isn't really odd.
So, supposing that roll of cash was not a tip, then what was it?
Payment, Your Honor.
Payment?
Isn't it obvious? For the murder of Mr. Jean Corrida.
Then the bellboy the witness saw?
Yes, he was the assassin.
Hold your horses now, Mr. Edgeworth. You don't have any proof of this, do you?
Have I ever been unprepared to support my claims, Your Honor? I have here the card Shelley the Killer left at the scene of the crime.
Shelley the killer?
He is the person the police's special investigations team has been chasing for ages. I am certain that the person that witness saw was this very assassin, Shelley the Killer.
Really? What's wrong, Mr. Powers?
No, nothing. Something just clicked in my head and I think I just figured something out.
Oh?
Actually, I saw that bellboy again later on that night. What?
Mr. Powers, please testify. Tell us what you saw.
Yes, sir. Right away. This time, I was in that hallway because I had to go to the bathroom. That's when that bellboy I saw earlier came out of the room. Of course, when I say room, I mean John Corrida's room. Now that I think about it, that bellboy did seem kinda out of place. Yeah, so he had to be the assassin. I'm sure of it. I mean... Thank you very much. That is all we need for now. Huh? Well, I'm not done. There's still more. Let us first establish that the bellboy was truly Mr. the Killer, then we shall see.
So the bellboy came out of the victim's room. And if that bellboy really was the assassin, then I think the answer is fairly obvious.
That would be correct, Your Honor. Well, Mr. Wright, I believe it's your turn to entertain and make us laugh. This is no laughing matter. What time was it? Oh, well, I don't remember. The award ceremony ended at around 8 PM, right? And I went to Matt's room pretty soon after that, and then I came back. Then I went to the bathroom. So I guess maybe it was around 8-10 PM by that time?
You're not one for details, are you, Mr. Powers?
Sorry. I thought I could maybe catch Matt and say my congrats. Are you sure it was the same bellboy? Yeah. And how could you tell? All the bellboys wear the same uniform after all. But you see, when he had those stitches in his face. So I'm sure it's the same guy that was talking with Matt. So, which room did the bellboy come out of? victim's room, huh?
Yeah, the one with all the really pretty flowers and teddy bears. It was Jean's room, all right.
Words cannot describe how screwed I am. Let's continue with the testimony, shall we? So what exactly was so out of place about him? Right. Why the insipid grin? Maybe because I have no idea what damaging thing he's going to say next.
Well, the bellboy was empty-handed.
Empty-handed?
That bellboy was one of those room service people, right? But he wasn't pushing a cart, and he wasn't holding a tray either. You'd call that a little strange too, wouldn't you?
I agree that it is a bit strange, Mr. Powers. Is it really that unusual for a bellboy to be empty-handed? What should I do? Should I let Mr. Powers' testimony slide, or... There is nothing strange or unusual about an empty-handed bellboy.
There really is.
There really isn't. If you two are done being school children, bellboys are for room service. There is no reason for them to be empty-handed ever. Your Honour, I ask that the witness' previous statement be supplanted with this new one. Edgeworth, you're going to do whatever you can to make the bellboy look suspicious.
Righty. Very well. This court recognises and grants the prosecution's request. Mr. Powers, have you got to amend your testimony, please? Yes, sir. I thought it was kind of strange for a bellboy to come out of a guest room empty-handed.
Actually, isn't that strange, but whatever. So you're saying that it's suspicious for him to be empty-handed?
Yeah, really suspicious. I mean, when I first saw that bellboy, he was holding a tray in his hand. There was a bottle of juice and a wine glass on it.
Juice? What kind of juice was it?
I'm pretty sure it was tomato juice.
We could come up with some sort of reason as to why he would come out empty-handed. Some sort of proof, and I think we can dodge the bullet on this one for now.
Proof, huh? Sounds like another job for the court record. Please don't be so quick to judge.
Oh, but it's kind of a Powers family thing. They think of every person as a thief.
Well, I guess a thief and an assassin are both sneaky and silent.
That's not the point, Phoenix. In any case, if that bellboy was the assassin, it'd be very bad for us.
He really is the assassin, you know.
Yes, but you can't give in yet. If you want to prolong this trial for as long as possible, you're going to have to pull some cheap tricks on this one.
Mr. Powers,
Yes?
you're easily influenced by other people's words, aren't you? As soon as you heard that the bellboy might have been the killer, you got caught up in believing it must be true.
But isn't he really suspicious? He's got all those stitches and...
So, a baseball has stitches? Are you saying all baseballs are suspicious because they have stitches?
Well, there's also I mean, what about him being empty-handed?
I'd like to ask the court to please take a look here.
This is the crime scene?
There's a wine glass sitting next to Mr. Cordier's body. The liquid inside this glass is tomato juice. And now, if you would look at what is on top of the table in the lower right corner here, anyone can clearly see that it is a tray with a bottle of tomato juice on it. The bellboy had just brought this to Mr. Cordier's room. He left the tray in the room, which is why he was empty-handed when he left.
Huh. What? That would mean that the bellboy had seen and left a dead body in the room.
Ah, can you prove that Mr. Cordier was already dead at the time?
Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes.
I blame you for leading me down this route.
I'm terribly sorry. What is with him? Why is he laughing? Witness, isn't there one more thing you would like to share with us?
Is there?
The bellboy was empty-handed. Or should I say empty-handed? I recall you had something interesting to say about his hands.
Oh yeah, I almost forgot.
Huh? What?
That bellboy, he was wearing gloves.
Gloves?
Yeah, pitch black leather ones. All the other bellboys don't wear gloves like that, Roy. Black leather gloves. Why did you mention them earlier? Sorry, it slipped my mind.
Why does this make the bellboy look really suspicious? Right, got to focus. I'll get Lex here. So what if he had gloves? A lot of bellboys wear gloves.
Come on, Mr. Wright. That bellboy was wearing black leather ones.
So? A football is made of leather. Are you saying all footballs are suspicious because they are made of leather?
But that man, he received a large roll of cash from the defendant. And then he was seen leaving the crime scene wearing black leather gloves. I don't think that even someone like myself can believe he was just another bellboy.
Ugh. Seems that we have finally come to an understanding. Now then, witness, please continue with the rest of your testimony. The rest?
Oh yes, please, tell us more. Okay. After leaving John's room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door just like that. He gave something to the person inside the room. And the old guy just left without even going into the room. After that, I went to the bathroom and then back to my seat. So the bellboy, after leaving the crime scene, next went to the defendant's room. Yeah, I kind of saw all that by accident.
Some accident? I'd say you saw too much. But all of it was suspicious to high heaven.
I think it's safe to say that we can no longer consider this bellboy to be normal. Now then, let's get started, shall we? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, Your Honour. Is that what you saw while you were busy spying?
Excuse me? I may be poor. I may be a poor underpaid action star. But even I wouldn't stoop to spying. Well, I think the point is, where did you watch all this from, Mr. Powers? From the door of the bathroom, my left eye. in a sort of sneaky spy-like.
I knew he was spying. Yes, does it really matter if he was doing it over or underhandedly? What did the bellboy do next? That's all I care to know. I said, hold it!
Okay.
That's better. What kind of statement is that? Please elaborate and give us a few more details.
Oh, okay.
I should probably ask him only one question at a time. So, who took this something the bellboy handed off?
Actually, I don't know.
What do you mean?
I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. Only an arm?
Then you're saying you didn't see the person's face?
Yeah. Well, was Mr. Unguard's room correct? So it could have only been Mr. Ungard himself, I'd say.
And then, what did the bellboy do after that?
Oh, so after he gave the person inside the room the thing,
As well. Sure, just let me ask her about it anyway, but whatever. You gave something to this person?
yeah.
And what was this something?
Oh, if I remembered what it was, I wouldn't be calling it something, would I? This implies that something was removed from the scene of the crime. Are you sure you really can't remember, Mr. Powers? I think it was something kind of small.
I would like to summarise the testimony up to this point, if you don't mind. When the bellboy left the crime scene, he immediately went to the defendant's room. There he handed a small item of some sort to the person inside. As for the person who received the item, all you could see was the person's arm.
Yes, it was just like that. Mr. Edgeworth, is all this really important? Really that important?
Of course, Your Honour. I think this is of the utmost importance. This is when whatever was removed from the crime scene was handed over to the client.
Mr. Powers, please try to remember what it was the bellboy handed off. Well, let's see. I think it was... no. You remember, please add it to your testimony. Yes, sir.
Statue?
Yeah, it kind of looked like one, I guess. If I saw the actual thing again, I'd probably remember, you know.
Looks like for this trial to proceed, I'm going to have to come up with whatever this statue thing is and show it to him. You're going to have to trust your instinct on this one. Take a chance, Phoenix.
Well, Mr. Powers, let's continue your testimony. What did the bellboy do after that?
Where did this bellboy go after he left Mr. Unguard's room?
He opened the door to Viola Hall. Went in there, and who knows after that, right?
I do. Did you see anything strange, suspicious, or just out of the ordinary at that time?
Oh yeah, I saw that one thing.
What? You saw something else?
It was this jittery alien with a ray gun. It was watching John's door like some sort of stalker.
I think we can forget about the alien. Well, Mr. Power's testimony just now was just as vague as his first.
It's a little troublesome, isn't it? But I'm sure if you press him enough, everything will become clearer. Although, that just makes it harder on us, doesn't it?
Talk about a lose-lose situation. What was the point of that freaking pause? Where did that objection come from? Well, speak up.
It was me, Your Honor.
What is it, Phoenix?
Feeling that something bad is going to happen once I show this.
Mr. Wright, if you have something to say, please spit it out.
Yes, Your Honor. Okay, Phoenix. Deep breath. Mr. Powers, there's something you saw. Was it this item?
Oh, hey, that's it. That's the something. Wow, Mr. Wright, you really figured it out.
I recall we found this at Mattengard's mansion.
At the defendant's house? What does this mean?
It's simple, Your Honor. Shelley the Killer assassinated John Cordia in his room. And then he stole this wooden bear from the scene of the crime.
Then the bear being found at Mr. Ungard's mansion would mean...
It goes without saying, Your Honor. Mr. Mattengard is the killer's client.
Order! 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 I said order! Mr. Wright, this is a most unfortunate turn of events for you.
Yeah. Sorry, Mia.
No, it's all right. Your judgment was sound. Actually, I figured the bear would come up. If not now, then it would have later on. Even if you hadn't shown it to the court, I'm sure your friend Edgeworth would have.
I almost forgot that he knew about it too.
I think it is clear that there is no need for us to continue this trial.
I can't just let this happen. I have to do something. Has to be something we've overlooked. What? A minute, please.
Yes, Mr. Wright?
Still a few points left that we have not fully explored. What are you trying to pull?
Well, we can't have that. All right, Mr. Wright. What questionable point would you like to explore further?
I think it's fairly obvious that the bear itself is very questionable.
The bear, Mr. Wright?
This was found at Mr. Ungard's mansion. However, Mr. Ungard was arrested at that hotel that night, which means that since the murder occurred, he has not had a chance to go home.
Oh,
I think Your Honor has already figured out what I'm trying to say. It is not possible that it was Mr. Ungard who took this bear to the mansion.
why, that's very true. We didn't consider that point, Mr. Wright. There was no way time-wise for the defendant to have taken this bear home.
You disaster averted. You haven't gotten the best of me yet, Mr. Wright. Huh? I remember it clear as day. I remember what you muttered to yourself at a guard's mansion. We have this area completely surrounded. There is no way for him to escape. Can't believe it. Butler. All this time, he was the killer. The killer and Ungard were working together, so to speak. and the killer was hiding at a guard mansion as its butler.
What a bold move.
The bear figurine was brought back to a guard mansion by the killer himself. And it looked like he was about to be arrested, and guard had him do so. I assumed because it would have been bad had the police found it during their investigation. Well, Mr. Wright, you've been quiet for a while now. This is too much. Isn't there anything I can attack at all? I have to try. I have to find something else.
What will you do now, Mr. Wright? Do you plan to...
expose a clearly shaky place in Mr. Power's testimony.
What? There's still another one?
It is indeed, Your Honour. It's quite a questionable point. What are you trying to pull?
Oh, well, we can't have that. All right, Mr. Wright. What questionable point would you like to explore further?
There was one thing in Mr. Power's testimony that was very unclear. And that is the identity of the person who received the bear.
He gave something to the person inside the room. I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm.
As long as we don't know who it was that took the bear, we can't be sure.
Ah! What is it, Mr. Powers? If you're going to scream like that, then at least give us a good reason why. Oh yeah, sorry. Actually, so I remembered. I remembered who took the bear.
What?
Really? I mean, I only saw his arm. But the arm. It was the Nickel Samurai's arm. I swear it.
You've got to be kidding. Are you sure of that, Mr. Powers?
Yeah, I'm sure it was the Nickel Samurai. Order! Order! Looks like you've dug your own grave yet again.
How many times is that today? I've lost count. So, the person who took in this little bear was the Nickel Samurai. And as we all know, Mattangard is the Nickel Samurai.
Thanks to the defense, we've made that all the clearer. I think we've heard enough. We now know why this bear figurine was at the defendant's mansion, as well as who it was that received the bear from the assassin in his room. Everything has become very clear. The client who hired the assassin to commit the murder was Mr. Mattangard. I see no reason for this trial to continue. Therefore, I will now hand down my verdict.
Thank you, Your Honour, for your understanding. You see, Mr. Wright, you could not win against the truth, could you? You would turn out this way. After all, what Edward has stated is the truth.
Any last objections, Mr. Wright?
What do I? What should I do?
I will now announce my...
There is only one way for me to drag this trial out. The only thing I have left is this one dirty trick. Your Honour, right now we have these two reasons to believe my client is the assassin's client. Reason number one, he accepted the bear figurine from the assassin. Reason number two, that very same figurine was found at Guard Mansion. However, It's possible that this is all the work of a certain other person.
What are you saying?
What I am saying is, it's possible a different person is Tequila's real client.
The real client?
Yes. Is this all you have?
Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your theory. Who do you say is Tequila's real client, and therefore the real murderer? Adrian Andrews?
Yes. We already know that she tried to frame Matt and Guard for the crime. By wearing a spare nickel samurai costume.
Ah! Then the nickel samurai's arm that I saw.
That could very well have been Miss Andrews.
But what about Mr. Ungard?
You would please recall yesterday's testimony. The defendant was taking a nap during the break period.
That's right. Then, finding this figurine at Mr. Ungard's mansion.
It was a well-laid trap set by Miss Andrews.
Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion on this?
I can't even begin to count the flaws in the defence's logic. Besides which, there is no evidence to support it. However, I can't fully discount its possibility either. As with this trial. Come on, anyone can tell Guard did it. Can't believe the defense would go so far as to pin the guilt onto someone else. Yeah, unbelievable. It's not something petty, it's murder of all things. This is to save Maya. This is to save Maya. Even if the whole world turns against me, there's one fight I can't give up on.
Order! 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 All disrupted parties will be forced to leave the courtroom.
Your Honour, for the benefit of the defence, I'm willing to play along with this what-if game.
Is what-if game, Mr. Edgeworth?
The prosecution is prepared to challenge the defence's theory. Mr. Wright, even you must have thought it strange and wondered. Why would the criminal want this little wooden bear? He's right. Killer did specifically bring that bear to Guard right away. Why do you ask? Is there something special about it? Absolutely. And I'm sure that once the court knows its significance, the true killer's identity will become crystal clear. Your Honour, the prosecution calls upon a witness who will clear all doubts against Miss Andrews.
And who would that be?
It's quite simple, Your Honour. Miss Adrian Andrews herself.
I see. Well then, the court will take a short 10-minute recess. The prosecution will prepare its witness in that time.
Yes, Your Honour. Oh, I knew it was a good idea to hold her hostage. Don't you agree, Mr. Lawyer? But I never thought in your desperation you'd try to pin the guilt onto Adrian. I swear this demon will pay.
Mr. Nick,
Else? Where's Mia?
I don't know. Really strong power suddenly called her away.
Really strong power.
Oh, Mr. Nick, your phone is...
It's from Gumshoe.
How's it going? Have you been hanging in there, pal?
Yeah, sort of. I just barely found something to latch onto.
It's good, pal.
What about you? Anything yet? Have you figured out where Tequila and Maya are?
Well, we still don't have any leads, but
What? We don't have any more time.
we just had one. Even a single clue would be really helpful.
I was only able to come this far because I kept thinking to myself, not to keep the trial going until Maya's been rescued. Have I just run out of luck this time? Is all the hope for naught? Tent. Huh? A tent? I could see a circus tent. Mia? It looks like Maya was unconscious until just a few minutes ago. As soon as she woke up, she called for me. So it was Maya that called your way. She's locked in a dusty little room right now. But I could see a circus tent outside the window, about 300 feet away. Gumshoe, is there a circus in town right now?
Well, there's only one, pal. A very big circus.
Maya is somewhere within a 300-foot radius of the main tent.
What? Okay, hold on a second, pal. Hey, draw a circle on that map. About 300-foot radius from the main tent. Hurry!
And? I could see a mailbox under the window, just outside.
Gumshoe, there's also a mailbox. Okay, what else?
What else, Mia? I'm sorry, but it was a very small window. Couldn't see anything else. It felt like I was in an old office building. Maybe the 3rd floor or so.
Oh, I heard it. An old office building. Good stuff, pal. Okay, just hang in there. Just a little longer, pal. Wish us luck.
Good luck.
Call you later. So don't let your battery die, okay, pal?
Mia, Maya's not hurt, right?
She's in a pretty bad state, Phoenix. She's being starved.
Gumshoe, please hurry.
Looks like we're out of time. Are you alright, Phoenix?
It's only a matter of time before Maya's rescued. I can do this. I just have to make this trial last a little longer.
What will now be complete?
The killer, the man who murdered the victim, handed this to his client. From this, one obvious question arises: why this particular item? I believe the answer to that question will provide us with the name of the real culprit. Now then, the prosecution calls the defendant's manager, Adrian Andrews, to the stand. Currently, the witness is accused of tampering and obstruction of justice. However, you have been called to the witness stand today to ascertain who exactly is guilty of murder.
I understand.
Very good. Now, have you ever seen this bear before, Miss Andrews?
Of course I have.
You have seen it before?
That's right. It's only natural that the witness has. Miss Andrews, could you please enlighten the court to this bear's secret?
Alright.
Why? Why does she...
Actually, this is an elaborate puzzle. If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. At its center is a small cavity with just enough room to store a small item. Because of its complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open the bear. You really can't tell it's a small jewelry box just by looking at it.
So this figurine, it's a container of sorts, is it?
Yes. Looks can be deceiving, wouldn't you agree?
Yes, it's superb craftsmanship. Oh yes, I nearly forgot. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright.
Looks like there really was something to that bear after all.
Puzzle?
That's right.
But it looks like an ordinary figurine.
Sure enough. To people who don't know, I'm sure they would never guess this was a puzzle. So what kind of puzzle is this exactly? So you can take it apart. And how would one go about doing that?
Well, you first turn its tail to the right, and then push it in.
Oh yes, I see.
After that, the arms and legs are free to move and can be removed.
Oh, this is most interesting.
Buying this new toy. It's like he's 5 all over again.
Don't mind me. Go ahead and carry on.
I think he's lost it. So, what do you find after you take the puzzle apart? And how do you know about this?
I know because I was the one who bought it.
What?
It was a souvenir from when a friend and I went to Switzerland.
Then this was a present from you?
That's right. It was a puzzle box in the shape of a bear, so I thought it would be perfect for Jean.
So it was a present from Miss Andrews. Witness, let's continue with your testimony. So, who exactly knew how to solve this puzzle?
Only the two of us, Jean and myself. It was a souvenir from Switzerland, so I doubt there are that many people with the same bear in this country.
But this looks like it can be easily broken. Especially if someone wanted to get at what's inside.
Well, it's a toy. But it can never be the same again once it's been broken.
Who else knows that this bear is actually a small container or jewellery box?
I never told anyone. And as long as Jean never told anyone either, then only the two of us knew.
2 of you, huh? And of course that means Mr. Ungard didn't know, right? I think this is about all I'm going to get for now. Well, Mr. Wright, I think even you have come to realise that there is one very important fact we have uncovered, and that is this. This bear is actually a jewellery box. Now that we have agreed to this point, there is only one logical question that can come next, and that is, what is inside this box?
What's inside?
That's right. That's what we are going to find out next. Witness,
Yes?
you're the only one who can open this. Please. There's a painful silence hanging over the courtroom. All eyes are on Miss Andrews now as she solves the puzzle and takes the bear apart.
I've opened it. Is this what you wanted?
What is that? It looks like a note.
I don't think we need to guess at what this is. Do we, Mr. Wright? It's the suicide note.
Suicide note?
The suicide note left by Jean Cordier's former manager, Celeste Impax. Until now, no one knew of its whereabouts, but just as we suspected, it was hidden. Hidden by the victim, Jean Cordier himself. It seems Celeste Impax had very beautiful handwriting, and she's just as beautifully signed her own name on this document. This is most definitely the note she left right before she committed suicide.
Order! Witness, did you know about this?
Yes, I did. I heard all about it from Jean. When I discovered his body, I looked for the bear. I wanted to destroy the note before it became public. But I couldn't find it anywhere.
Because it had already been taken by the killer.
Everything is going at Edgeworth's pace. So now that the suicide note has been found, what's the next logical question?
What is written on the note?
That's right. At least, that's what I would think.
Now then, I believe it is only appropriate the contents of this note be made known.
Can't stop you, can I? I went through so much just to get my hands on it. I was going to burn it for her sake.
I'm deeply sorry, but I can't allow you to persuade me to stop. Your Honor, if you could please read the contents of that note aloud.
Very well.
The judge's voice rang loud and clear through the deathly silent courtroom. In the note, Celeste's impacts left to us a record of all that had happened to her. About being used and then thrown away by a guard. About being engaged to Cordia and guard's role in destroying that. And about how she decided in her despair to end it all.
And that's all Miss Imbacks had to say.
There is one thing I would like to say here. The prosecution has no interest in slandering Mr. Ingard.
Then what?
Our intention, Your Honor, is to establish a motive for murder. Isn't that correct, witness?
Yes. On the night of the murder, Jean was going to make the contents of the note public. After the post-ceremony show, he was going to hold a press conference.
My word.
Matt Ingard values, above all else, his refreshing like a spring breeze image, which is why he had to stop this note from being made public. At any cost. It's Ingard's fault that woman killed herself.
Terrible, what a selfish person. Guess there are slimeball lawyers out there who will defend these creeps too.
There is no room for doubt here. Mr. de Killer's client's goal was to obtain this suicide note. And the only person who needed this note that badly is the defendant. Let's not forget that the bear with the note inside was found at the defendant's house.
It seems we have come to the truth at last. The defendant's motives were entirely selfish. He deserves no sympathy from anyone.
Ugh, how am I supposed to escape from this one?
Why the hesitation, Phoenix? Gumshoe hasn't called yet, so you know what you must do.
I know, I have to carry on and buy him some more time. Okay, there are two deadly pieces of evidence. Figurine and the suicide note. Maybe somehow I can find a way out of this situation through one of those.
The gavel is already in the judge's hand. Phoenix, hurry.
Suicide note or the figurine. Which one of these should I pursue? Please wait, Your Honor. Look at that lawyer.
He's still going at it.
It's like he doesn't care that he's trying to get a killer off the hook. The assassin took this with him from the crime scene after murdering Mr. Cordia. At the request of his client, of course.
So, what's your point, Mr. Wright?
I don't think it's possible that Mr. de Killer's client was Matt Ingard. In fact, I think there is a contradiction here. You can't tell by just looking at it that this bear is really a jewellery box. The chances that Matt Ingard thought the note was inside this bear are 0 to none.
Oh, I didn't think of it that way.
Exactly. But I did think of it that way, and I thought it was rather strange. After all, there is no reason why Mr. Engard would ever want a jewellery box like this.
Water, water, water! You make a valid point, Mr. Wright. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion?
It's just a flash, but I think I did rather well on this one.
Unfortunately, I think he believes differently.
I believe a show of appreciation is in order.
Huh?
The defense seems to be in love with wishing more despair upon itself. I would like to direct the court's attention to this.
What is that?
It is a very small video camera, Your Honour. This type of camera is commonly used as a means of spying.
Spying?
What the? Thought that spy camera was in my possession. Mattengard and the victim both thought of the other as their biggest rival. They even went so far as to use this type of item to find each other's weaknesses.
And?
The victim, Jean Cordier, was being spied on. His personal life was being watched by none other than Mattengard.
Order, order! Mr. Wright,
Yes, Your Honour?
you don't tell me you knew about your client's spying activities.
Well, sort of.
Sort of is not an acceptable answer, Mr. Wright.
I see you are confused, Mr. Wright. You're probably thinking that I have the camera that was in a stuffed bear's eye. But this camera that I have is not that same one. Last night I searched the victim's house on a hunch. Using this. Shoes bug sweeper. By the way, Mr. Wright, the defendant's fingerprints were found on this camera.
Mattengard's fingerprints were on there?
Well, Phoenix, looks like those cameras were hidden all over the place, huh?
What am I supposed to say to that evidence? I think this is the end. It's fairly obvious that Mr. Engard learned of the suicide note through this. He was watching the victim all along. Got me good this time. Don't have anything to counter that.
Hey, now what's that lawyer thinking? Mummy, is that man the bad guy, killer guy? Shh, stop, don't look at him.
The way he's sweating is just so, ew, nasty.
Phoenix,
Yes, Chief.
have you figured out what you're going to do next yet?
What I'm going to do next? Does running away like a frightened child work?
I know it seems like Mr. Edgeworth is very close to putting the lid on this case, but in his eagerness to prove his point, he forgot one very important thing.
Well, what is it, Mia?
There is a piece of evidence that he really should investigate.
Something he should investigate?
I would really hate to see the good prosecutor get scolded for not remembering to look into the item when he had the chance.
Are you speaking in riddles all of a sudden?
All right, I think this time we finally understand everything. Well, Mr. Wright, you don't have any further objections, do you?
What is this piece of evidence that Mia is talking about? Can I figure out what it is that still needs to be looked at, or should I let it go? I have an objection, Your Honour. That was about the weakest objection I've ever heard, Mr. Wright. Your Honour, the defence has no intention of letting this go so easily.
You are beginning to sound desperate.
It's just your imagination, Your Honour. Mr. Edgeworth, this is not like you at all. Your eagerness to prove your point, you've forgotten one very important thing.
Hey, isn't that what I just said?
So, you're telling me that I forgot something? So close, Mr. Edgeworth. But there's something you really should examine about this piece of evidence.
That is Miss Impact's suicide note, right?
Who knows? I mean, sure, the suicide note was found inside this bear. But this bear was in my possession until only a few moments ago. Which means... the handwriting on this suicide note has yet to be analysed.
Whoa!
So, as to whether this pivotal piece of evidence was really written by Miss Impacts or not, that is yet to be even remotely confirmed.
Mr. Wright, you can't seriously...
Mr. Wright. Are you saying this suicide note is a fake?
Miss Andrews, you were the one who tried to pin this murder on Mr. Engard. Who's to say you didn't create a fake suicide note and put it into this bear?
How dare you?
Your Honour, the defence is indiscriminately accusing the witness again. There is no evidence linking the witness to the suicide note whatsoever. But if this note is... But if this is a fake, then the witness is the only person who could have made it. What? Recall the witness's testimony concerning this figurine. The only person other than the victim who could solve the puzzle is the witness herself. Miss Andrews, you wrote this note, didn't you? You wrote it so you could use it to frame Matt Engard.
I did no such thing.
Right, if you're going to pronounce this suicide note a fake, then show this court some evidence to support your theory. Mr. Edgeworth, you were the one who presented this scrap of paper as evidence. That means the burden of proof lies with you, the prosecution.
That's enough. Mr. Edgeworth, can you confirm the handwriting on this suicide note?
It is as the defence has stated. The handwriting has yet to be analysed.
If that's the case, seems that yet again we have reached a point where a verdict is impossible.
That's impossible.
This isn't good, Phoenix.
The judge is going to carry this trial over one more day. I don't think Maya will physically be able to make it another day.
I didn't want to have to do this, but I don't have a choice. I request that both the prosecution and defence further investigate.
Handwriting analysis is my butt. It's just the lawyer trying to buy more time. God is guilty. Look, any idiot can tell you that.
I think we've reached the end of the line.
Guilty, 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 guilty.
What is that sound?
It's Gumshoe. Hello, Gumshoe? Oh. What is with him? And what's with that sigh? Where's Maya? What happened to together?
He, got away.
What?
I'm sorry, Al, I really am. I don't know what to say besides I'm sorry. I wish there was some way to make it up to you. I really do.
Anyway, what's going on?
Found his hideout, Al. But the two of them are already gone.
This is terrible.
I'm going to keep looking for them, pal. Don't you worry. Just need a little more time. Don't tell me we don't. We don't have any more.
Guilty, 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 guilty. Did you hear that? They're calling for his head.
Mr. Wright, can't. For us to come this far and... Oh,
What is it?
let me talk to Mr. Edgeworth.
Can't do that.
Oh, Mr. Wright, would you please get a hold of yourself?
Yes, Your Honour.
I'm about to end today's proceedings. You may take your phone calls after.
Hold on, Your Honour. Edgeworth, catch!
Mr. Edgeworth! Please, you gotta buy us some more time.
Court is in session. I'm sorry, Your Honour. You were saying?
Mr. Wright, this is a court of law.
Sorry, Your Honour, but
I'm reluctant to do this, however. It appears that I have no choice but to suspend proceedings until tomorrow.
this time I really can't do anything.
Court is now adjourned for the day.
Please wait, Your Honour. Edgeworth,
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
I humbly request another 30 minutes of Your Honour's time.
For what purpose?
We can perform the necessary tests on this piece of evidence in that time.
But can you re-obtain results in 30 minutes?
I believe we can, Your Honour.
But wouldn't it be better if we adjourned for today and then reconvene tomorrow?
30 minutes, please, Your Honour. That's all I'm asking for. Please, Your Honour.
Very well. At the prosecution's request, this court will now take a 30-minute recess. But be advised that I will not allow another recess today.
Not sure if this is helping or hurting us.
The court will now take its final recess of the day.
Right, well, what's going on with my situation? Looks like you got away again. 30 minutes. Can't find her in that time. Report.
Is that Mr. Edgeworth?
We don't have time. Just spit it out.
Right. Looks like we just missed them, sir. But the killer left a few things behind by accident in his rush to get away.
A few things. Can we use any of them as evidence?
I thought you asked that, pal. I've got the things he left with me right now. I'm on my way over.
Really? That's odd. Any items like that are usually sent to the crime lab first.
But we don't have time to wait for those guys, sir. When those guys weren't looking, I swapped the stuff and ran.
What?
Well, I'm not a detective anymore, so I had to. I'm really sorry, sir, but I've got to put the law on hold for this one.
It's bad. He doesn't get in too much trouble over this.
With my hunker junk car, I'd say I'll be there in about 20 minutes, sir. Don't worry, I'll be there. Wait for me.
Alright, just get here in one piece.
I'm on a mission and no one can stop me now, sir. No one. I'm pulling out all the stops and running every red light.
It was left by the murderer, huh? Maybe there's something among them that will be decisive enough to win this. What's wrong? Detective Gumshoe, answer me.
No one can stop me.
What happened? Sounded like he had an accident. I'm guessing his cell phone broke as well. What was he thinking? Got to hurry and call for help. But we have no idea where he is. His cell phone is broken and he wasn't driving a patrol car, so no radio either. Also, we don't get to those items before they do. The police will take possession of them. No, can't let that happen. Well, there is a way we can find out where he is when we stand a chance. Why did Gumshoe have to get into an accident now? Is there any way to find out exactly where he is at this moment? That's right, there is a way. What? How? Sure we can find out where Detective Gumshoe is through this. Why are you bringing up Francesca at a time like this? Oh, I see. I'll try to get in contact with her. The chances are slim, but she's all we have. Francesca. Does she even want to help us? Edgeworth. What is it? I don't have any right to judge anyone ever again. I know my client is guilty. But what I'm doing now, pinning the guilt onto someone totally innocent, and using the evidence to do so. It might turn to say, Defense Attorney Phoenix Wright chooses death. Right. Doesn't suit someone like you to cry useless tears. Whether you did your job well or not, that can only be seen after the verdict has been decided. Verdict. Prosecutor Edgeworth here. Yes, bailiff. There's a phone call for you, sir. They said it was extremely urgent. You're probably finished with the handwriting analysis. I have to go take this call. In the meantime, think hard about what it is you must do.
Court will now reconvene. I assume both sides are ready?
Yes, Your Honour.
Yes, Your Honour. I can understand the defence acting like this. However, why do you also seem distraught, Mr. Edgeworth? That is... It's nothing, Your Honour.
What's wrong with Edgeworth?
Looks like something unexpected just happened to him.
Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you could please tell the courts the results of the handwriting analysis on Miss Impax's suicide note. Yes, Your Honour. Unfortunately, we have discovered that this suicide note is a forgery.
What?
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This note was not written by Miss Impax herself. It is a fake. Order! Mr. Edgeworth, would you care to explain what's going on? If this was not written by Miss Impax, then who wrote it?
We would need more time to do a more detailed analysis. However, it appears that the handwriting matches that of the victim, Mr. Jean Corridor. Mr. Corridor?
Well. Looks like Miss Impax never left a suicide note after all. She never wrote anything about Engard.
However, Your Honour, even though this suicide note is indeed a fake, Mr. Engard could not have known that, and so that fact remains unchanged.
Acting under the assumption that it was real, he had plotted to possess it.
That does sound very plausible.
This theory that Engard had no idea that the suicide note was fake. Something seems a little wrong with it. The defense believes that the theory the prosecution has stated contradicts testimony. If everything the prosecution has proven up to this point is true, then it's impossible for Mr. Engard to not have known it was a fake.
What is this little item called again?
A video camera, Your Honour? Well, a very small one, but...
Oh, that's right, a camera. Ah, you kids and your fancy toys nowadays.
Mr. Edgeworth, earlier you claimed that Mr. Engard knew of the existence of this note because he was spying on the victim. Isn't that right? If that were true, then this means Mr. Engard would have known that the victim had forged the note.
So then, the defendant knew this suicide note was a fake? And if that's true, then the situation has suddenly changed in a very dramatic way.
Exactly, Your Honour. The prosecution's theory as to what Mr. Engard's motive for murder was, it has suddenly disappeared into thin air.
But, Your Honour,
It's not as if Mr. Engard monitored Mr. Corridor 24 hours a day. Perhaps the victim locked the note in a place Mr. Engard didn't know of. Oh, right back at you, Mr. Edgeworth. Why don't you show us some proof that the victim made the forgery at an unknown place?
Order! Mr. Edgeworth. It looks like this time it is you who has dug his own grave.
As I figured.
As you figured?
As I figured. It came down to this after all.
Mr. Edgeworth, you are not making any sense.
When I heard the results of the handwriting analysis, I thought this might happen. The question is, what next? What next? If the prosecution can't prove Mr. Engard's motive through the evidence, then we must prove it from another angle.
Well, I agree with you there.
Your Honour, the prosecution would like to call a witness to the stand at this time.
Oh, well, that's fine.
However, this witness is a little unusual. Edgeworth stuttering? It's not like him at all.
Unusual? Well, what sort of witness is this person, Mr. Edgeworth?
This witness is one who is perfectly fit to answer once and for all the question of who was it that hired Shelley the killer to commit murder? That's impossible. Who in the... No such person exists who can answer that question with such certainty.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. Who is this witness?
It's...
Yes, go on. Who is it?
the man himself. Mr. Shelley the killer.
Oh, Mr. the killer. Wait! Is Shelley the killer? You mean the killer, I mean the assassin?
Yes, Your Honour.
He's coming here? To the witness stand?
Well, yes, in a manner of speaking. I recognise that this is a very unusual circumstance, so I ask for your permission.
Well, Mr. Wright?
Yes?
Is this all right with you?
Do I have a choice here? Can't really do much else to drag this trial out. The defence has no objections, Your Honour.
I wonder if it really is all right to do this.
Very well then, the The prosecution calls its witness to the stand. Edgeworth, is there no other way left to us? Now then, witness. Your name and your, occupation, please. Very good, sir. My name is Shelley the Killer, and I am a professional assassin.
I say, what is going on here?
Your Honor,
How can you remain so calm? What is the meaning of this two-way radio?
actually, Your Honor, it was delivered to me just now, and it came with a condition. As long as we do not trace its source, Mr. the Killer will testify to this court. So this must be what that urgent phone call he got about it earlier was about.
Oh no, this will not do. I cannot allow this in my court. First of all, we can't even be sure this is really Mr. the Killer himself.
Witness, please present some sort of proof that you are in fact Shelley the Killer.
I understand. Please wait a second.
I'm so hungry.
Maya?
Maya,
A voice? Mr. Wright, can you confirm anything from this?
The defense has no objections to this person. We are satisfied that this man is indeed Shelley the Killer.
Looks like we have run into yet another unexpected turn of events. Well, it doesn't seem like we have too many choices under these circumstances, so...
Now then, witness. There is one thing I would like to confirm before we speak of anything else.
And what would that be?
At the request of a client, you killed Mr. Jean Cordia. Is this correct?
It is as you say. I did indeed kill Mr. Cordia.
Now that we have answered that, let's move on to the name of your client.
Very well. It's all just a bad dream. Yes, that's it. A bad dream.
Shelley the Killer. What is he going to say?
There is something I must first state. To an assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself. And that is the reason I am here today on this witness stand. It is my wish that you grasp this concept before I give the name of my client. Mr. the Killer does seem to be a very clever man. I'd almost say he seems to be mocking us.
Well, he may appear to be our enemy, Your Honor. Mr. the Killer is only stating the truth. He is no hypocrite. He has always stood by this one belief.
You mean about this trust between his clients and himself thing? It seems to be a level of trust beyond what people like me can comprehend. Well, Mr. Wright, are you ready to cross-examine the witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
there's no way to know what's coming next, so stay cool and collected, Phoenix.
We can hear anything you have to say later. Can you please just tell us your clients?
I don't think you understand your place, Mr. Attorney. I said there is something I must first state. Do you know what the word first means?
Sorry. Go on.
Well, it appears this is one witness you can't badger, Mr. Wright.
It's only because you don't know about my situation. Trust between you and your client.
I provide my services in a fast and efficient manner. In exchange, I trust that my clients are discreet about me and my identity. If too many people knew my face, it would be quite troublesome. That is why you were testifying in this manner? This is the first time one of my clients has ever been accused of murder. I must preserve the killer name so my clients can trust me.
Couldn't someone stab you in the back and break your trust?
It has never happened before. But if it ever did,
Yes?
that person wouldn't be my client for very long. They would certainly... That's enough. Please, no more. Very well. It was only a hypothetical anyway.
That seems a little strange to me. I mean, you're about to tell us the name of your client. I would think that this wouldn't be very bad for them.
It doesn't matter to me. This client has already broken the rules and acted outside of their prescribed role. Their role? This person tried to implicate another of the crime in order to save themselves. This is a trespass that cannot be forgiven. Who gave you the right to be so high and mighty? To the gentleman who spoke just now. Excuse me, but would you care to die? No. I didn't say anything.
Judge had better watch himself. We understand, so please tell us the name of your client.
I'm afraid I cannot do that. I still have a few things to say before I do.
Egomaniacal.
It's not good for your health to be so aggravated. You won't live very long if you let everything bother you.
Somehow, that coming from an assassin makes it less than comforting. I don't really care about all this extra fluff, just tell us the name already.
Patience. Try to calm down a little. It's important to try and understand his mindset. He seems very steadfast and closed, so you're going to have to work to get him to talk.
I'm not his therapist, you know. Trust between you and your client. Services in exchange. I'm sorry, but I was wondering about something you just said. You said that your client had already broken the rules.
A person who frames another is the worst kind of human.
And that's why you feel you can betray this person.
I have no trust relation with a client who can't understand their assigned role.
Just my luck. An assassin with a conscience. Who would have figured?
Now then, everyone. Do you think you can understand my logic?
This case just keeps getting better and better.
If you can't, then I'm afraid we can't proceed.
Everyone understands your point, I think. Really.
In that case, I believe I am prepared to disclose the information you seek.
You have made it crystal clear that you value trust over all else. I believe we are ready.
Excellent. What is it?
Now I can't bring myself to ask the client's name.
If you can't ask it, Mr. Wright, then I will. Witness?
What is the name of your client who requested the murder of Mr. Jean Corridor?
That person's name is... Adrian Andrews.
What?
Witness. That's not who you told me it was earlier. Pray tell me, what are you talking about, Mr. Prosecutor? I should think I know my own client, and it is Adrian Andrews. What? This can't be. On the phone earlier.
What's going on here?
My guess is that Mr. Tequila just stabbed Mr. Edgeworth in the back.
Stabbed Edgeworth in the back.
I'm sure in order to get an audience with this court, Mr. Tequila told him a different name. Matt and Guard, perhaps.
Knew it.
This is outrageous. I was deceived.
This witness is telling a very serious lie.
But you're the one who summoned this witness.
You,
Billy the Killer. My testimony is the truth. The defendant at the moment is Madam Guard, am I correct? All I wish to do is help you procure his acquittal.
Wow. All of a sudden it feels like we can actually win this.
yeah.
The prosecution has failed to provide a motive and has instead provided this suicide note, which is a forgery created by the victim. Furthermore, there is a possibility the defendant himself knew it was a fake. But most definitely of all, we have heard from the assassin himself the name of his client. Mr. Tequila's client, who requested the murder, was not the defendant at all. No. With all this evidence, it is obvious to me that this means that Mr. Mattengard is innocent. I seem to have caused you all a bit of confusion. Please continue discussion, and call me when you have reached a verdict. Bailiff, please bring Miss Adrian Andrews in immediately.
What now? With the way this is going, and Guard will be found innocent. This may be our last chance to save Maya.
Yeah, but Edgeworth is right. The killer is lying. And the Guard, my client, I know he's guilty. Can I live with myself if I win this?
Who would have believed that? Who would have believed this? Who would have believed that the prosecution's own witness would absolve the defendant?
Your Honour, the prosecution requests permission to further question the witness. Surely the killer is certainly lying under oath.
It wasn't me. Listen, everyone, please. That testimony just now, it was all one big lie.
Miss Andrews.
Suicide note may have been a fake, but that man, Matt, he's the reason Celeste died. And Jean's death, it was all because he got pulled into Matt's twisted world. Testimony just now, you have to believe me. It was a horrible, horrible lie.
But Mr. Tequila himself has testified. He has named you as his client.
No, that's not true.
Also, there is quite a bit of evidence that points to you. The knife and button, donning the nickel samurai costume.
That's...
You even have a motive. We know that Miss Celeste Impax was a large part of your life. You wanted to follow her, and you wanted revenge against the two who hurt her. I would say you have plenty of reason to want them both dead.
No. Mr. Wright. You know the truth. Tell them. Tell them the real story. Who the real killer is. Tell them. Please, help me.
Yes, I know the truth.
Mr. Wright,
Yes, Your Honour?
I believe we have reached the end of this trial. Therefore, I ask the defence for any final words or opinions.
I have to decide. Do I take the not guilty verdict and save Maya? Or do I throw this chance away and wait for Gumshoe's new evidence? What am I supposed to do? Phoenix? Can't do it, Mia. Can't accept a not guilty. You are a lawyer. I know. But Madangard is a killer. A murderer. Can't let him get away with this. Can't let someone else take the fall. I'll let Miss Andrews be convicted, and I'm no better than Guard. Even though I don't want to admit it, I have to face the fact. It is because of Edgeworth that I now know the real truth. I could have gotten Guard convicted so many times over. He never took a single one of those chances. If I take this verdict right now, I'd be betraying his trust. His trust. Never thought about it until now. I trust him. Yes, you do.
Mr. Wright, your opinion, please.
The defence requests that we be allowed to further question Mr. De Killer.
Am I hearing you correctly, Mr. Wright?
Right.
But witness has cleared your client through his testimony. Your job here is done.
I'm not done yet. To see through witnesses' lies and find the truth. That is my job, Your Honour. There's still more evidence to look at. I'm sure that once those pieces arrive here in this very courtroom, a miracle will occur.
Very well, the trial will continue. Mr. Edgeworth, please re-establish connection with Mr. De Killer.
Right away, Your Honour.
Has a verdict been reached?
Before that, we would like to talk with you a little more.
About? All you needed from me was the name of my client. What else could you need me for?
Well, actually, we would like to hear everything you know about this case. That is how things are usually done. What is he talking about? Usually done?
What shall we have him testify about now?
Mr. De Killer, if you don't mind, please testify about your client in more detail.
You legal people and your procedures. Is it any wonder no one likes to go to court? As I have already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client. However, one thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of a crime. My client did it to frame another for the crime, while pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene. Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Jean Cordier was dead. But even more appalling is the creation and planting of the knife and button. That act is what I was referring to when I said my client had broken the rules. This is a most unexpected turn of events for the, 5th time now. However, this time everything has finally been revealed.
Just a second, Your Honour.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth?
We still have the cross-examination to do.
But you don't need to question testimony like this. Do you, Mr. Wright?
Your Honour, the defence will question the witness. As if I have a choice here.
Oh, why? Oh, what this witness has said is nothing but beneficial to the defence's case. If you scrutinize the testimony, then...
And I'll expose the lies in that also beneficial testimony, I suppose.
I don't understand what's going on anymore.
That makes two of us.
What is it, Mr. Wright?
Press him the wrong way, it might raise suspicion on his end. I have to do something to waste more time. Witness, about requesting a hit.
Yes.
How much is your fee?
I see you are also quite a dark-hearted man, Mr. Attorney. If you would like to talk business, we can do so after the trial.
No. I'm not thinking of hiring.
Mr. Wright!
Yes?
You want to kill me? You want me dead, don't you?
What? Why would you think something like that, Your Honor?
Guilty! Mr. Phoenix Wright, you are hereby declared guilty!
Witness, let's continue. Why did you disclose the name of your client? They are your client, are they not? I would think that most people wouldn't be able to overlook a person hiring another to kill.
If I had a problem with such a thing, I wouldn't be very effective at my job.
Yeah. Changing occupation might be good for you.
However, I will say this. Even though I am the one that does the deed, my clients are always the real guilty party.
That goes without saying, Mr. De Killer.
And their fate is to live with the knowledge of their guilt on their shoulders. However, my client this time thought they could run away from their guilt.
Are you talking about the button and the knife?
Yes, and my business card.
Oh, this card.
So that no one has to waste their time, including the police. I always make it a point to make things as easy as possible. Try to make things easy? My business card makes it very easy to identify who carried out the service.
Pretty devoted to his work.
But to disregard everything, to go and stab the deceased with a knife, and even hide my card from sight, that is something I cannot overlook.
It's really hard to tell if he's being truthful or not without him being here. So, you're saying most clients wouldn't do such a thing?
That is correct. Usually most people try to create an alibi for themselves. If you should use my services, Mr. Attorney, I would suggest you plan for your alibi too.
No, I already told you. I have no intention of using your services, ever. Why does he keep looking at me like I'm the one on trial here? From the very beginning?
That is correct. From before my client visited the room. All of my clients know precisely what the situation is at all times.
Oh, that's really true.
That's odd.
So, why do you think your client did that?
What do you mean by why?
Well, Fiddling around at the scene of the crime is pretty risky. And why would someone who has requested a murder to go to the crime scene go to the crime scene anyway?
That is true. I assume it was probably done to frame Mr. Engard.
If that's the case, then why didn't the person just request that you do it?
Sadly, that is not possible. My job is to kill, that is all, and to leave my business card behind, naturally. The business card is so my clients may escape blame. To protect them is my duty. Even if they say it's for revenge, setting someone else up to take your fall.
That's all you have to testify?
Yes, and I pray I will never be called to stand again.
Again? As in you plan to continue?
I must, as I have yet to find a person to take my place and become the fourth successor. Actually, how would you like a new life, Mr. Attorney?
Excuse me.
No, I'm fine. Really. Are you really now?
What kind of man the judge thinks I am now?
What are you going to do now, Phoenix?
All I can do now is expose the lies.
It's true, however. You realize that would be very bad for our client, right?
I'm so confused. One thing I know for sure is I can't let this trial end yet. Thank you so much for taking the time to testify, Mr. De Killer.
What is the meaning of that attitude?
When Adrian Andrews entered the victim's room, your client had no idea that Jean Corrida had been murdered.
But how do you know that?
From this wine glass, Your Honor.
A glass?
Mr. De Killer's supposed client thought Mr. Corrida had only fainted, which is why this glass of tomato juice was poured for the victim.
Isn't that just a part of Adrian Andrews' calculated plan?
Then it's not possible, Your Honor. This glass bears the fingerprints of that person. Had this been planned, they would never have left their fingerprints behind.
I see your point. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion?
Strangely enough, I had the same exact thought just now. Witness, how do you explain this strange phenomenon?
Isn't it a waste of time to ask about such a minor detail? It's not a very important point anyway, correct?
I'm afraid you are mistaken. If Adrian Andrews really is your client, as you claim, then your client should have had knowledge of Mr. Corrida's death. If not, then that can only mean that Adrian Andrews was never your client at all.
How strange. Yes? Why is it that the attorney has yet to raise an objection at this absurd situation?
Phoenix? The killer figures out what we're up to. We're in real trouble.
Yeah, I know. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm surprised. You know you can't say things like that without any evidence. Ah, sorry.
Well, that was an awfully weak objection for the two of you.
Anyway, I'm positive there was a contradiction in that testimony. The prosecution requests further testimony concerning when the request was taken. Very well. Right, now I have to buy us more time. While we wait for the items Tequila left behind to get here. I just know that the very outcome of this trial lies with those items. And this request came to me about a week ago. It was a request for my services on the night of the award ceremony. We met at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters. That is what occurred. I trust my memory and I believe I have made no mistakes.
So you physically met your client, huh?
That is correct. Meeting one's client is the first step to building trust, in my opinion.
I see. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please.
One week ago. Are you sure? Yes, I am quite sure. I, of course, had my own preparations, and I was barely able to finish. When you request my services, Mr. Attorney, I hope you will keep that in mind. Please, stop. In any case, my client this time had a very specific date and time in mind. Specific date and time. Did you ask why on that specific night? No. I tried to fulfill all the conditions of my client's request. But as for why, I only had my suspicions. Your suspicions, huh? Even if I ask about them, it would only be a guess. I see. That's fine then. So you physically met Adrian Andrews, right? Of course I did. What was that? What was the brief pause? Witness, I would like you to give us a few more details. I always meet my clients as a matter of principle. I have never taken a request by telephone or email. Why is that? And that's because I value the trust between a client and myself above all else. And the only way to establish that is to speak to the client while looking them in the eye.
Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance?
Why he meets his clients is not important, and that wasn't the point. Witness, please stop sidestepping my questions.
What do you mean by that?
My question was, did you really meet Adrian Andrews in person?
I have already told you, Mr. Wright. I did.
It was only through talking with him face to face that I began to trust him. And that's when I thought I can trust this person as a client.
It's true what they say about talking face to face. Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance?
Yep. I heard what I think I heard just now. And I think I've got him. Your Honor, I believe the testimony just now was of the utmost importance.
Really?
If that's the case, witness, please include the statement just now in your testimony.
Very well. From the moment I saw him, I thought, I can trust this person as a client.
But as we now know, that was not how it turned out, correct?
What do you mean?
Adrian Andrews turned out to be a client who couldn't stick to the rules, right?
Well, yes. I suppose you are correct.
So I would like to check one last time. Are you sure your testimony is accurate? So your client was Adrian Andrews.
That is correct.
And he says the two of them met. If they did, then there shouldn't be anything wrong with Dakila's testimony. There doesn't seem to be anything strange this time around. You have to draw information from him, but you can't draw a suspicion. If you can do that, you should be able to find a flaw in his testimony somewhere. Talk about a delicate balance. I would like to go over this one more time. You met Adrian Andrews at a bar and took the request at that time.
Yes, that is correct.
And that is when you thought he was trustworthy?
How many times must I repeat myself? Yes, that is correct.
I'm sorry, but that is an impossible tale.
What?
Shelley Dakilla. You have never met the real Adrian Andrews.
Why would you say that?
Because you made one very big slip-up. About her.
So what is the issue? What did you just say now? Say just now? About her?
If you had ever met Adrian Andrews in person, one look would have told you that she was a woman. She is a woman.
Oh! Order! Order in the court! Mr. Wright, what is the meaning of this?
This witness testified to the following: that he always meets face-to-face with his clients when taking their request.
But he has never met Adrian Andrews in person.
Yes, Your Honor. That is exactly the point. That means Mr. Dakilla's client could not have been Miss Adrian Andrews.
Ugh. Mr. Edgeworth, I understand your logic on this one. However, why would the assassin make such a basic mistake?
I believe it has to do with her name, Your Honor.
Her name?
Yes. Adrian Andrews is without a doubt a very androgynous name.
Yes, I see.
Unluckily for Mr. Dakilla, the entire time he was on the stand, no one had stated Adrian Andrews' gender. And so he simply picked the wrong gender to go with.
What? What is going on? Shelley Dakilla, this court demands an explanation. I think somehow I must have mixed up this client with another.
So does that mean you remember something different now?
Yes, of course. Please, if you would allow me to testify once more.
No, he's just going to spit out more lies.
Very well, but this time please give us the truth and nothing but the truth. Yes, now I remember. I took that request by mail. There have been times when I took a job without having met my client.
The request was for the murder of Jean Corrida and 2 or 3 other small things. When I saw the name at the end of the letter, I thought my client to be a man.
So you took this job through a letter.
He didn't mention anything about a letter in his earlier testimony, which means he is definitely lying.
Be careful, Phoenix. If you break the assassin's testimony completely, it's over for us.
No, can't make him suspicious, but I think we're okay. Like, we can do this. As long as he's standing there across from me. No matter how strong of a punch I throw, he'll counter it.
Now then, let's begin the cross-examination.
But didn't you just say that you always meet your clients? Yes, I suppose I did say that. However, there are some clients for whom a meeting is simply not possible. But didn't you meet your client this time? No, I did not. Oh, come now, let's stop with this game of cat and mouse. Using your silkiest voice is not going to work on me. Alright then, just cough it up and confess.
Mr. Wright, you can't badger a witness with such harsh words. You're a lawyer, so behave like one and present evidence instead of mindlessly yelling. Now, do you have any proof that Mr. DeKiller met with his client?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I don't have any proof.
I see. And your line of questioning was just another waste of time.
Sadly for us, Your Honor, that is the nature of right and wrong. Why could you not meet certain clients? Recently, I have been receiving more requests. If I meet each and every client, I would lose some nice business opportunities.
Nice business opportunities?
On top of which, the times have changed. It is now the age of information and computers, correct? Well, I have joined the times and now take requests via electronic mail.
Electronic mail? Do you have to mail that in a special insulated envelope?
I'm very sorry. I despise the shortening of words. What I meant by electronic mail is what is commonly referred to as email.
Email?
Contest of mimicry. The judge would beat a parrot hands down. Anyway, so you took this job without having met your client, and? 2 or 3 other things? Yes. And what were those other things? A few other things that have nothing to do with this case. What should I do? Should I let him slide with that? It'd be really bad if I pushed his buttons the wrong way and got him mad. Whether or not they're related to this case is for the court to decide. Mr. Attorney. Yes? Everything I have said from the beginning has been nothing but beneficial to your client. Which is why I wonder what is pushing you to continue with this cross-examination. Could it be that you are planning to betray your own client? That's... I smell the stench of a backstabber. And should you turn out to be one... Wait! Uh-oh, this is looking really bad. Shouldn't risk my luck, but I have to think, is this worth pursuing? Witness, This is a very important matter. Please cooperate and tell us what these other jobs your client requested were. If it's truly that important, I suppose I don't have much of a choice. The bear figurine. The bear figurine? After the assassination of the target, I was to find that figurine. I was told that this job was just as important as the actual killing. And where was that figurine? It was inside Mr. Corrida's suitcase. Then, what did you do next? I handed it over to my client right away. You gave it to your client? Interesting.
This information certainly sounds important to me. Witness, please include what you just stated in your testimony.
As you wish. One of these was to find the bear figurine and give it to Adrian Andrews. Found this figurine at Mr. Engard's mansion. You gave it to Miss Andrews, then what was it doing there? I was waiting for her there. And that was also part of the plan to frame Mr. Engard, I'm sure.
Makes a lot of sense. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any problems with this piece of testimony?
So, Tequila says he gave the figurine to Miss Andrews. And I know somewhere in that statement there is a contradiction. And yet, I know that if I present something trivial here, he will cut the connection on his end. You want to make a strong point, Phoenix? You have to present strong evidence. She's right. So now what, Dr. Wright? Witness, let's go over this one more time. You gave Miss Andrews the bear figurine, and she told you to take the bear and wait for her at Guard's mansion. Is that correct? Yes. Where are you going with this? Well, maybe you might have remembered a few things incorrectly.
What?
This is a battle of wits. Can't let up on him. I don't think it's possible for Miss Andrews to have been the recipient of this bear. Shelley DeKellar, if you had really given the bear to Miss Andrews, then this item should not have been inside it. This item. I see where you're going. Yep, that's where I'm going.
Where is everyone going? Do I need to pack a suitcase?
Your Honour, please think back to Miss Andrews' testimony. I was going to burn it, for her sake. If even for a single minute, this bear had actually been in Miss Andrews' hands, I'm sure she would have taken the suicide note out and burned it.
Order! So that's where you two are going.
So, by the very fact that this suicide note was still inside the bear, it tells us that your client didn't know how to disassemble the puzzle.
Which means?
It means, Your Honour, that it is impossible for Adrian Andrews to be the client.
Oh. Order!
Mr. Phoenix Wright. I'm sure I mentioned this before. How I hate traitors above all else. I think your cross-examination has clearly demonstrated something to me. You must wish to break your end of our agreement. No, that's not. That's enough. If that is your intention, then there is only one thing for me to do. Wait, please! Gentlemen, ladies, please excuse me. I have a matter that I must attend to.
No, please, not that. Please wait.
Mr. Attorney, bring this trial to a speedy end, and I may stay my hand. Otherwise...
What in the... Mr. Wright, you... Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, Your Honour.
I didn't understand this witness's outburst just now. Do you think there's a need to hear more testimony, or is this enough?
Well, we should. Can't do this. Keep this up, Maya. She'll...
The prosecution... What has come over everyone? Even you are. The prosecution rests. What is going on around here?
The prosecution has no further questions, Your Honour.
What? Well, I never thought I'd see the day. This is a most unusual situation. The prosecution rests with no further questions. Then the prosecution has failed to uphold its stance. That is the case, and even though I am reluctant, I must believe that Mr. DeKiller's testimony is accurate. That would mean that Shelley DeKiller's client is Adrian Andrews. Mr. Wright,
Yes, Your Honour.
I end the trial here, right now, and your client, Madam Guard, would be declared innocent. And in his place, Adrian Andrews will be charged with murder.
Miss Andrews will be charged with murder.
The prosecution has no further questions, so we will now hear the defense's final remarks. Bailiff, please bring the defendant, Madam Guard, to the stand.
The items from DeKeller's hideout didn't make it in time. We tried as hard as we could. It looks like our time has run out. Can't believe it. The outcome now lies in your hands.
Dude, did the old guy finally decide?
To be honest, I can't think of you as a truly innocent and good person. You have done enough evil to drive a woman to suicide. But, at least on the charge of murder, it would appear you are innocent.
So, I guess even the old fuddy-duddy figured me out.
Mr. Rengard?
What an atrocious lawyer I have, giving his own client up like this. Isn't that refreshing like a spring breeze crap? It's just as atrocious, don't you agree? Anyway, get on with it, and pronounce me innocent already. Right, Mr. Lawyer? Should I side with justice, or should I save Maya's life?
You better get and guard a guilty sentence, okay?
I did that. Maya... Nah. If I say he's innocent, then Miss Andrews will be charged as a murderer. Do I say he's guilty or not guilty? By the choice I make, someone's life is going to end. It all hinges on what I choose.
Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense's final statements on this matter. The people who hired the assassin was the person who hired the assassin was Adrian Andrews. Then your client, Mr. Madangard, is innocent.
There's no need to ask, old man. After all, my lawyer is going to say what I want.
aren't you? Right. I can't do this, but I have to decide something. I can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. My client, Madame Guard, is... Now waiting for your answer, Mr. Wright. Madame Guard, your client deserves an answer. I'm sorry. Madame Guard is... Francesca von Karma? What are you doing? Ow!
You see now, don't you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? This is exactly why you should never take your eyes off that scruffy fool.
Did you bring them, the final pieces? Do you have them?
You should know better than to ask that, Mr. Miles Edgeworth. Von Karma is perfect in every way. The evidence is here in perfect condition. Don't worry about Scruffy. He's fine and his injuries are minor. All of the items are inside this.
What a filthy old cook this is. That's gumshoes. I can spot his tattered rags anywhere.
I apologize for its ugliness, but there was nothing else to wrap the items in.
I thought long and hard this whole trial. All for what is inside that raggedy coat. I'm sure that inside that coat lies a crucial piece of evidence. Your Honour, inside that filthy coat are the defence's final pieces of evidence. Your final evidence? This trial is already over. All that remains is for me to hand down my verdict. I do not believe that any evidence presented now would change the outcome of this trial. What? Your Honour, it is our duty to examine every piece of evidence down to the last. I request that Miss Von Karma be allowed to present these pieces of evidence. I suppose you are right, Mr. Edgeworth. I grant permission to do so. However, this one obvious rule applies here. If these items do not bring up any new points, they will not be accepted by this court. Now, Miss Von Karma, if you please.
These pieces of evidence are items left by the killer during his escape from the police.
He must have been in quite a rush.
Yes, Your Honour. The killer left 3 pieces of evidence.
Somewhere among the evidence we're about to see. There'll be something that will turn this whole situation around. Like a miracle. I'm sure of it.
That is all we can hope for. The first item is a pistol.
Does the killer's pistol have anything to do with this case? Does that pistol have any relation to this case?
We have yet to perform a ballistics test, so I can't say anything for certain. However, I believe it has something to do with this case. At least, with me.
And that's the pistol that he used to shoot you, isn't it?
That's what I believe, yes.
Oh.
I kept the bullet they removed from my shoulder as a sort of memento. I'm sure it will be an excellent sample for the test.
So that's the pistol that was used to shoot Francesca. It's probably not going to help us very much.
The second piece of evidence is this videotape.
I bet the killer took that from On Guard Mansion. Have you checked the contents of that tape?
Unfortunately, there was no time to.
Oh, yeah.
but I would speculate that this temp is very important,
Why would you say that?
because he came back to his hideout for it.
The killer went back for it?
That's right. It looks like he was trying to recover it. He injured 3 of our officers at the site, but somehow it looks like they managed to protect it from the killer. Surely the killer is no ordinary man. The last piece of evidence is his bellboy's uniform.
Is that a uniform from the Gatewater Hotel? Was that used during the crime?
I'm almost certain it was. There's even a pair of black leather gloves in one of the pockets.
There's no doubt about it. The killer was wearing this on the night of the murder.
There is one thing I found interesting about this uniform.
And what is that?
There is a button missing on this uniform.
A button?
It is a very unique button. I'm sure if we were to recover it, it would provide us with an interesting clue. That is all I have to present, Your Honor.
It's just as I thought.
And what is that, Your Honor?
I'm sure were we under normal circumstances, these items from Shelley the Killer's hideout would be very important clues. However, our question is not who did the killing.
It is who is the client?
Yes, that is correct. And these 3 items do not tell us anything about that. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Von Karma. You may step down.
Wait, Your Honor. Please, allow me to examine this new evidence.
Overruled. This court already has all the evidence it needs to hand down a verdict.
Wonderful. Absolutely splendid. This judge is such a brilliant man, isn't he? Is this the end?
Phoenix.
I knew it. There's no such thing as a miracle in this world, is there?
I think you're wrong. I think they do exist. But you have to make that miracle happen. You've come this far. You can't give up now.
But no matter how you think about it, it's...
Try. For my sake. Just think about it for a second. There are 2 ways out of this situation for us.
2?
The first. Making God wish from the bottom of his soul for a guilty verdict. The killer will always place his client's wishes first. If God himself wishes to be convicted, then he will let his hostage go.
That may be true, but that's asking me to do the impossible.
The second way. Force the killer to end his contract with Engard. The killer would to no longer think of Engard as his client. Then he would let Maya go.
Yeah, that's even more impossible. He's a man who values his duty towards his clients above all else.
I know both of these seem like impossible feats at first. But if you could make either one happen, it would truly be a miracle.
The bigger problem is, the judge has already said he doesn't need any more evidence. Pieces he was just shown, he's not accepting them.
Phoenix, think things through from the other side. Isn't that what has always worked for us?
The other side. Wait, does she mean... You mean to turn things around?
Phoenix, the judge says he doesn't need the evidence. If that's the case, then who does need it?
The person who needs the evidence.
The defense, prosecution, and the judge, we have seen all the pieces of evidence, and that is how we have come to know the truth. There is one person who has yet to see them all, and that person does not know the truth. That truth, it may be what will bring about the miracle in the end.
There are no objections this time, correct? Now then, I will pronounce my verdict.
Why don't we all respectfully sit back and listen, kids?
I have already told you, Mr. Wright. This court does not need any more evidence.
I'm not saying it is us that needs this evidence, Your Honour.
Then you want to show the evidence to that person?
Yes, Your Honour. Please, Your Honour.
Mr. Wright, you do ask with such passion. I will grant you one chance.
One chance.
Please show your evidence to who you think is the right person.
That's impossible. To turn this situation around in one try.
One try. That is all I will permit.
I have to try to remember everything that has happened up to this point. Think, Phoenix, think! There must be a way to save Maya while taking guard down at the same time.
Now then, Mr. Wright, let's not waste any more time. Who would you like to show the evidence to? I see. And now, tell this court what one piece of evidence you would like to show this person. Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth?
I think there is some merit in showing this evidence to that witness.
Bailiff, please bring in the transceiver from earlier.
Right. Looks like I managed to convince him. Maya, she's okay, right? Didn't I tell you to concern yourself with bringing about a speedy end to this trial?
Now, if I understand correctly, you wish to show me one piece of evidence.
Yes, one is all I need. I have here a videotape. It was found at your hideout. You had you injured 3 officers in your attempt to get this back.
That was most regrettable. However, it was an order from my client. I was told to protect that videotape.
What's that?
I'm afraid I seem to have failed in that regard.
Do you know the contents of this tape?
I was sternly told by my client not to watch it, so I have absolutely no idea.
Actually, you are in this tape.
Me.
There was a video camera hidden at the crime scene. Your actions were being recorded.
What? Is that true, Mr. Wright? Who was it that planted a camera?
Well, the only person who could have placed a camera at the scene of the crime would be your client, naturally.
That was Adrian Andrews.
Be quiet and listen, Your Honour.
Yes, sir.
Your client specified a place and time for you, isn't that right?
Yes.
That was so they could film you.
I had no idea. Mr. Wright, why would my client do such a thing? I would like to know why.
I did that and guard film the crime scene. The reason why he did that is my ticket out of this whole mess. There is only one reason why your client would secretly film the crime scene. They wanted to blackmail you. Your client once told me something very interesting. We were talking about you, and this is what they said.
But I'm no weakling.
I
I don't believe anyone, least of all assassins. Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. Yes, that's where the video comes in. With that, I can keep him at bay and even blackmail him if I want.
Your client didn't trust you at all. They were thinking of using this video to blackmail you. What do you have to say to that, Shelley the Killer? It looks like I was being deceived from the very beginning. Yes, by a natural. That is the kind of person they are. Your client is a person who only thinks and plots of how to use the people around them to protect themselves from any and all dangers that may arise. That is the true nature of your client.
I have one question for the witness.
Yes.
You told us one thing numerous times during your testimony. You said that you detest traitors most of all.
Yes, that's right.
But what if that traitor was your own client? What would you do then?
That's obvious. I would break our contract in that case. And then, that client would become my next target. For the honor of the Killer name, even if it takes an eternity. I would follow that person to the ends of the earth to exact my punishment.
I see. Well, that's all I wanted to know.
So the traitor becomes the killer's next target. I get it. This is how we'll turn this case around. Mr. Wright? Yes?
My contract with my client is over as of now. I seem to have a new job on my hands. I will now return to you, your precious item.
What the? I'm not an item.
I thought I'd never see you again. Oh, thank goodness.
This trial appears to have come to its conclusion. However, I'm sort of... I don't quite know what just happened there with the client and the witness and... Yeah! Miss Wonkama, where did that...
She always has you in her sights. Now, I do believe it's time to finally hand down a verdict. Mr. Engard, it looks like somehow you've got what you wanted. You will finally receive the acquittal you wanted so badly. You should be happy.
But before that, I would like to make one final statement. Sometime in the near future, one very betrayed assassin may appear before you. Needless to say, that man is very good at what he does. I'm sure you would understand what I mean if you watch this video.
Help me.
Now then, Your Honour, the verdict, if you please. Is it all right with you, Mr. Wright?
We've finally reached the end of a very long battle. Whether he's convicted or acquitted, there is no escape for him now. Go on, Phoenix. Lead whichever way your heart tells you.
Right, Chief. Madam Guard? Even though I am a lawyer, I cannot make your crime disappear. I think a guilty verdict is appropriate here.
Me? My wonderful self? Guilty?
Even if you got an acquittal, the instant you set foot outside the detention centre, your life would be in danger. No matter which way you look at it. You can't run away from your crime anymore.
No! Guilty! As always, it looks like we have uncovered the real truth.
I don't remember you helping out much in this.
Mr. Edgeworth, how is Matt and guard?
I've left Miss Von Calmer in charge of his incarceration. I'm sure he's getting a full-course meal of whipped leather right about now.
Very good. That was a close one, wasn't it, witness?
Yes. I had to pay my debt to society for my own crime, Your Honour. The first time I was called to the witness stand during this trial, all I felt was despair.
She must be talking about the time Edgeworth really went after her. She's trying to forgive him for what he did.
This witness, how shall I put this? She has an illness. If you're going to say you would choose death, that is no concern to me.
But after that, when I was alone at the detention centre, it's the first time I really saw myself for who I am. And today, when the two of you used your combined strength to convict Matt, I felt like I had finally been saved.
Well, it's the first time I've ever seen her smile.
I'm really happy that you two are in charge of this case. I really don't know how to express how I feel at this moment. This is the first time I felt comfortable with myself, with who I am. Thank you so much, everyone.
It looks like we have resolved everything at last. As for myself, there's still a few things I'm confused about. But everyone seems to be in good spirits. That is good enough for me. That is all. This court is adjourned.
You were great out there, Phoenix. What I did out there was right, wasn't it?
This is the first time you've not gotten your client off.
I got them a guilty verdict this time. But you have to look past all of that. What's really important? You now realize that there is something more than just getting a not guilty, right? Yes, I understand now.
Phoenix, think back for a second. Think to the moments before Miss Von Calmer arrived with the final pieces of evidence. Think about the incredible decision you had to make.
Now then, Mr. Wright. Let's hear the defence's final statements on this matter.
Can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. Have to listen to my heart. Should I side with justice? Or should I save Maya's life? My client, Madame Guard, is...
Is he guilty, or is he not guilty? Those were your choices then. And your answer? Your answer spoke to what being a lawyer means to you.
Right.
Edgeworth?
Oh, good news. Maya is now safe in police custody.
Really? Pals, you're telling us the truth, right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, she is quite safe. She's on her way here as we speak in a patrol car.
Mr. Maya's safe. You did it. You really did it, Mr. Nick.
Oh, she punches deceptively hard for a kid.
I believed in you. I kept saying to myself, Mr. Nick will save her. Mr. Nick will save her.
Thanks.
Oh,
What's wrong?
Miss Von Karma.
About earlier. Thanks.
Oh. Why are you still smiling, Mr. Phoenix Wright? You're lost. Your perfect win record has now been crushed. And yet, you are still happy?
I don't think you'll ever understand, Miss Von Karma.
How dare you?
Don't worry. She may in time. After all, I was like that myself until a year ago. Edgeworth. For my own personal victories, and for guilty verdicts. I used every dirty trick in the book, and so my win record remained spotless. But the man appeared and stood fast against that selfish me. I fought him in my usual manner and tasted my first defeat. I felt like I had lost everything because of that. And then it was my turn to sit in the defendant's chair. And I was saved by that person I called my enemy. I couldn't forgive myself for all that had happened, so I left the prosecutor's office. And I left that note. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death.
As well you should have. A prosecutor who has shamed himself with defeat should crawl into a hole and die.
But that was not what happened. After I left the prosecutor's office, I finally came to realize something. And it was in that moment of clarity that everything began to change.
What foolish nonsense.
We prosecutors use anything we can to attack the defendant. But every time we did so, no matter how desperate the situation, instead of giving up like most people, that man would hold strong with his undying faith. And then, before I knew it, I began to trust in that man as well.
What? You trusted your enemy?
It doesn't matter how many underhanded tricks a person uses. The truth will always find a way to make itself known. The only thing we can do is fight with the knowledge we hold, and everything we have. Erasing the paradoxes one by one. It's never easy. We claw and scratch for every inch. But we will always eventually reach that one single truth. This, I promise you.
The truth?
Yes. That's the reason why prosecutors and defense attorneys exist. But I'm sure you knew that already, didn't you, Wright? That's why you couldn't forgive me. This man who went into hiding. Isn't that right? This man who only had his sights set on victory, who ran away into the night.
Is Mr. Edgeworth right, Mr. Nick?
You really let me down. When you disappeared, I felt betrayed. The reason I decided to become a lawyer to begin with was because I believed in the things you said to me. All those years ago. And you betrayed your own words. That's why, 1 year ago, I made up my mind. I decided that the Miles Edgeworth I knew had died. At least, that's what I told myself.
You pathetic fool. Miss Von Karma? I don't want to hear the wretched whimpering of a disgraced loser. A Von Karma is someone who is destined to be perfect. Miles Edgeworth, you are no longer worthy. You're no longer worthy of being a Von Karma. Neither am I. It's over. It's all over.
I just got through something on the ground just now. This is an electromagnetic receiver. Isn't that the thing she used to track Detective Gumshoe? I'll return this to the precinct later. There's something else.
Isn't that Miss Von Karma's whip?
Never set foot in another courtroom again. I'm sure that's what she's saying by this action. You should keep this, Wright. Okay.
Nick!
Maya!
Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! Oh, Nick, I knew you would come through. You got on guard convicted like I knew you would. And on top of that, you even rescued me.
Of course I did. You know I would never desert you. We sure pressed our luck this trial. You're really lucky to be standing here.
Whatever, whatever. Look, it's over, okay? Besides, if I did croak, I'd just come back and haunt you like a bad ghost through Pearly.
Is that really that easy to do, something like that?
Thanks a lot, Nick.
Don't mention it. Maya?
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth.
I'm relieved you're alright.
Hey, looks like you've made some real progress, Mr. Edgeworth.
Well, I suppose I'm a little different from who I was a year ago.
Right, I think it's time we get out of this depressing place.
Huh? Where are we going?
Food, Nick. Food. Grub, chow. I'm starved. I'm so hungry even you look like a nice juicy burger on a bun to me, Nick.
You think I look like a burger? I'm prime rib at least.
Come with us, Mr. Edgeworth, please.
If you insist. Alright, so how about we head up our usual burger joint?
Don't be silly, Nick.
Huh?
This case messed up that awesome evening and got in the way of my gourmet food. So I've decided that we have to make it up by having another feast.
Another feast?
Come on, Nick. Food!
Hey, pal. Sorry to keep you guys waiting.
Gumshoe, you alright?
Yeah, but I'm really embarrassed. I didn't think I would hit a telephone pole of all things.
Telephone? It wasn't a red light that got him?
You did it again, silly boy. I felt like my dear old heart was going to give out on me, and I ain't joking.
Yeah, it was more exciting than the last episode of The Steel Samurai.
Thanks.
Now, looky here, Mr. Smoothie Prosecutor. Don't you reckon you bullied Mr. Wright too hard? If you don't stop being a lot nice to him, he might just kick it. Tonight, even.
I'll keep that in mind.
Well, come on now. Everyone gather round. Y'all are gonna get your picture taken by a genuine professional photographer.
Looks like Lotta brought herself a new camera.
Well, pal, at least we can put this messy case behind us now. Come on, tonight's all about eating, so let's go chow down, pal.
Amen to that, pal. Amen.
You know, when you think about it, you were the one who saved the day, Detective. Wait, you really think so?
He was right. If it wasn't for the 3 items you took, I think this trial would have had a very different ending.
Oh, well, you know, it's... Wait. That's odd. When I ran off with the things from the killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir.
What? Oh?
Yeah, sure I put one of the items in my coat pocket.
It was a 4th item?
Oh, come on, y'all. It's all over. But oh boy, I'll tell you, you really are something else. Between getting accused of murder and getting kidnapped, never a dull moment with you, huh? You think?
Why does she look so happy about that?
But being shut away for 2 whole days, weren't you scared? Yeah, it was really scary. I felt so hopeless. So to keep my mind off things, I drew a picture. Sounds like you had it rough, gal. So where's this picture of yours? Yeah, I want to see it. I want to see Mystic Maya's picture. You know, I don't know where it went. Oh, that's too bad. Well, it's alright. It wasn't anything important anyway.
Sure is nice to finally see them both smiling again. What is it, Edgeworth? This thing is picking something up.
That's Miss Von Karma's receiver. Oh, thanks to her, I had the most awful experience of my life, sir. I can't believe she stuck a tracking device on me.
That's odd. Even though you're standing right here, the tracking device seems to be in a different location.
Oh, it's probably busted or something, sir.
Well, it doesn't matter. I'm afraid it's about time for me to excuse myself. I still have some work to do.
But Mr. Edgeworth, you haven't eaten anything yet.
You've eaten way too much, glutton. You glutton. I had fun tonight. Now, if you'll excuse me... Wait. What? Just want to say, thanks, Edgeworth. You really saved me out there. If anyone should be saying thanks, it should be me, right? But words alone aren't enough here. I wonder if there's anything I can give him to express how I feel. What's this? Thank you. It's all thanks to you two. You and her. You don't need to thank me. I was only doing my job.
Looks like Mr. Edgeworth has left, Mr. Nick. Hey, Mystic Maya. Yes, Pearly? I guess you two can go back to being lovey-dovey, right? You and Mr. Nick, I mean. Pearly, would you cut it out already? You're embarrassing me.
Oh, anyway. So, who's paying for this lovely dinner party?
As if you need to ask. Everyone say thank you to Nick.
Huh?
Yeah, I'm kind of at the point where I can't even buy instant noodles, pal. So I kind of already put your name on the bill.
Huh? Huh?
Yeah, I got me a situation just like that myself. There's this camera shop in the hotel, see? And I just bought myself this good old beauty here. It had better be anyhow for $3,000. Actually, I reckon you bought it for me, since it's on your tab and all. great, Mr. Nick. Yeah, Nick.
Why do I suddenly feel like screaming?
Oh, you don't gotta hold back now, you hear?
Yeah, pal. Time to let it all out.
This is going to be the first time I hear the real you. Go on. It's been a while since I heard you say it. I've been busy being a hostage and all.
Alright then, if you say so.
You really came through for me, Nick. I had to hide that letter, but I knew you'd find it. I really feel like I've been living on the edge lately. I mean, I've escaped death 3 times now. Pretty cool, huh? I feel like a pro. I'm so happy that you could save Mystic Maya, Mr. Nick. And I'm so happy for the 2 of you. Speaking of which, I think this hotel is a popular place for honeymooners, so I sort of made reservations for the 2 of you, just in case.
Well, pal, looks like I'm back on the force again. Mr. Edgeworth had a long talk with the chief and he got me reinstated for my sake. I heard he said things like, letting that one go is bad for all of society. I knew it. Crashing headlong into everything is the only way to live, pal.
I, Maggie Bride, am retiring this uniform as of today, sir. I'm going to be a waitress from now on. And bring smiles and joy to the people who come by the restaurant, sir. I hope you'll stop by sometime, Mr. Wright.
Yes, are you ready to visit a patient? I'm Dr. Hottie. Recently, yes, a girl, you know. I haven't seen her around. Yes, but I remember, I even laid so much as an eye on her, it would go quick. It didn't matter if I got whipped, though. Yes. God, I actually like doing his voice. It's time to begin our quest of world circus domination, sweetie. And to let the world know we are serious, I plan to make a fabulous fight to Zimbabwe.
Max, what do you think Zimbabwe is like? Do you think there are castles made of cake and bunnies who can talk?
I think there are any. I think if there are any talking bunnies, even they won't laugh at most jokes. I'm ready. There's no way these jokes are gonna fall on deaf ears. I'm going to be more contemporary with my humour. Mocos represent. Well, we got our new act all worked out. Prepare for the Hallelujah Circus. Say something, will you? You're supposed to start this off. Get on with it. What's this drat? It's just an ordinary electronic razor, Richard said. I can't believe this, really. How long do they plan on making me do this? But if it's Edgy Poo's idea, so it must mean it's a deep hidden meaning. But why do I get the feeling that they wouldn't forget about me, would they? It was never like this in the old days. Everyone thought the world of me. They used to call me Queen Wendy and treat me like royalty. This is going to be a pain in my heel. A burn playing with fire, very dangerous. When they store their scenery would... I appreciate everything you and Mr. Edgeworth did for me from the bottom of my heart.
Oh, that's right. I received a letter from Miss Von Karma. She said that after I get out, I should feel free to consult her about anything at all. I'm really thankful to have met everyone.
It has become difficult for me in this country as of late. As such, I will take a short leave of absence. If you would like to request my services, please be sure to visit my homepage. May we both be blessed with longevity.
Where are you going, Francesca?
How did you know I was here?
With this?
That's...
I heard you were planting things on a certain person. Things like tracking devices in his coat, for example.
That's just like you. I only planted it there because he was always wearing it. This filthy drab coat of his. I don't know how it ended up in my luggage. But it's going in the trash. I promise you that.
That's right. Speaking of that man, you told me something very interesting.
When I ran off with the things from the killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir.
4 things?
It seems he put the last one in his coat pocket.
He put it in here? It doesn't matter anymore. The case is already over.
What are you going to do now?
That's none of your business.
Are you running away?
Shut up. You don't understand a thing. You can't possibly understand what it means to be Manfred von Karma's daughter.
Francesca.
So many expectations from everyone around me. Expectations I must fulfill. I expected to win no matter what. And failure? Such a thing is not an option for me. My father was a genius. There's no doubt about that. But me, I'm no genius. I've always known that. But I had to be one. I had to.
You may not be a genius like your father, but you are a prosecutor. You have been and always will be.
No, I'm not. Not anymore. I've even thrown my whip away.
Speaking of that, Wright gave this to me to hold on to. Right. You knew something like this would happen, didn't you? I'm going to say this again. We prosecutors do not fight for personal honor or pride. I hope you will think deeply about what you should be striking down with that whip.
You haven't changed a bit. You've always left me alone and walked on ahead without me. Miles Edgeworth, I've always hated you. And then, finally, my chance to take revenge on you arrived. If I could win against that man, if I could make Phoenix Wright bow down in defeat, then this girl you left behind would have risen higher than you. That was supposed to be my revenge.
I see.
You know, I can't do it. I can't change who I am. I can't throw away everything I've been until today.
I believe you can, just like how Adrian Andrews did.
Adrian Andrews?
You were going to use her during the trial, right? But you were dependent on your father by using his tactics, isn't that right? Today, you chased after me, after I had left you behind all those years. And that's why we're standing here now, side by side. But I have no intention of stopping. If you say you are going to quit your walk down the prosecutor's path, then this is where we part ways, Francesca von Karma.
I am Francesca von Karma. Don't think I'm going to walk in your shadow forever. Our battle begins now, so you'd better prepare yourself, Miles Edgeworth.
Phoenix Wright. One day, someday, I'm sure we'll meet again in battle.
Until then, this last piece of evidence is that never made it to you. I'll take good care of this fourth piece, so I can give it to you when at last we meet again.
Just assuming this is Francesca. God, that took longer than I thought it would. Right. In that case, tomorrow shall be... what should I call it? Start of Trials and Tribulations. Which means we're gonna have to deal with the... Anyway, for now, that will be all. So until tomorrow, bye!